want to. You mind if I record this conversation here?
Oh, yeah.
Because I want to ask you about, some of the things that you would like to, make a note of, record for posterity's sake, for our grandkids and children coming up to be able to see what you did in your life. All the military experiences you had, like you were talking about. In the child line, they give you these methamphetamines or whatever to kind of keep you up all night and stuff. That kind of stuff nobody has ever heard, and I want to record it. That's why I'm asking your permission for me to record this, and for you to like take me back through the chronological sequences of your life, like when you left St. Louis, why you left St. Louis, what happened with your dad for real, what happened with your dad and your brother, Uncle Weldon. You got time, an hour or so right now, to go through some of that stuff while you got some water you can sit down and drink and just talk to me?
Yeah. But have you got it on recording?
Yeah, I got it on record right now.
Okay. Let's see. I could start from St. Louis when I was a teenager. I mean, when I first thought about joining the military. Okay. What I could remember, let's see, I can go further back than that. I can go further back when we had the very tragic incident that happened in our family. And I don't know the exact dates. I have to look that up, but had to be in 1947 or 48. Okay, now I was born in 1933. So 43, I would have been 10, and 11, 12, 13. I had to be about 13 or 14 years old when the incident happened. I said 14. I can look back at my
it don't matter how close you are on that.
But I think it was 14 on the porch, a cobblestone porch. I remember bricks were there. They were just sitting there talking. And I was in the house doing something. And Daddy came in, and the bed was right by the window. I can remember that. And he had an old .22 rifle, a single shot, old antique rifle. And he took the rifle, held it up, and stuck it out the window and fired. Bang! One time, but only shoot one time. He didn't shoot through the window. The window was open, and the screen, I remember, was torn, torn up like toward the house. And he just stuck the barrel through the screen and fired. And when he fired, I saw that Weldon grabbed his chest like this. He had on a white summer collared, white design T-shirt, like, and he grabbed his chest, and everybody scattered. Everybody started running. He ran out, and I ran out of the house also. And I followed Weldon out of the house, and they turned right, and right next door, it was a yard. It was a little confectionery store. The first house, and the second house was a yard with a little small fence. And he jumped over the fence, and he stood up against the wall, holding his chest. And he asked me, is he coming? Is he coming? And I looked and said, no, he's not coming. And he fell over. And then that's when, by that time, a lot of commotion was there. A lot of people coming, screaming. The police came, the ambulance came, and all that. That was a bad situation that night. And the next day, of course, he died in the hospital the next day. And it was rumor was that he would have died if it had been modern technology. At that time, they said he had internal bleeding from the wound that had closed up inside. See, a .22 shell that he was shot with small caliber, and it just went in and didn't come out the other side. And they didn't know if they did. He had internal bleeding, and they didn't know, and they found out it was too late when he operated. He died from internal bleeding. You see, and that's sad, you know, to die from a shot from a 22 rifle, antique rifle. But they didn't know it was, you know, I guess at the time, I don't know what went on in the medical technology or what they did, but it was home at G. Phillips Hospital where he died back in those days. And then after that, we went there trying to go to school, you know, in grade school, 14 years old. And it was tragic because, you know, it was just a mental strain, you know, trying to go to school and study. And then he went to prison, and I think he was sentenced to 4 years for manslaughter. And Mom, for some reason, I don't know why, she deserted us. She left me and John and George, Gloria and Edwina, and Aunt Shug, Daddy's sister, came and took care of us. Stayed at the house with us. And I went in the Army as soon as I went in the Army. Oh, wait, let me back up here. Before Aunt Shug came, Mom and George and John, Edwina and Gloria, and we were staying there with Mom. Yeah. And then I joined the Army. As soon as I went in the Army, about, I guess, 2 or 3 months after I went in the Army, Mom deserted the kids. And Aunt Shug came to take care of the kids. Aunt Shug was Daddy's sister. And then John went in the Marine Corps. And then George went to stay with Hattie. And Aunt Shug was taking care of Gloria and Edwina. And then it got so difficult for Aunt Shug to continue taking care of them. And she ended up putting them in an offering home.
Orphanage?
Anna Malone offering home on the Good in St. Louis on Good Avenue. And George went to stay with Hattie at the time.
And Hattie was married to Ray?
She was married to Harvey.
Oh, Harvey.
Harvey Sr. out in Wellston. And George continued to school in Wellston, and Wellston High School. And he graduated from Wellston High School. And then after he graduated, he went in the Air Force. And I had went in the Army before, in 1951. In March the 27th, 1951, I went in the military. And I took my training at Camp McCoy, Wisconsin, which was an all African-American unit. See, the Army at that time was in the process of integrating racially, but a lot of the units were not integrated. And a lot of people think that it was integrated in 1948 when President Truman signed the executive order to integrate their armed forces. However, it was a process, to get the units. They didn't immediately integrate. Some units did not want any blacks in the units. And so consequently, the unit I was in was the 645th Combat Engineer Battalion in Camp McCoy, Wisconsin in 1951. And I was there to 1951, 52, and training.
All black.
All black, except one officer, one person was white, and that was a battalion commander. He was white, and all other 499 soldiers in the battalion were black, including officers. We had black officers too. but only one white officer. That was a lieutenant colonel. He was a battalion commander. And I tried to look that up on the internet, but I couldn't find anything about that. It's kind of weird, because a lot of people don't know how and that was most people think that the Army was integrated, but this is in 1951. And I left there in 1952 and it was still all black. It began to get integrated. Let me change that. The latter part of 52, they start integrating the Army. That my unit. And then I went to Korea, and the war was still going on in 1952. I don't know the exact. Well, I can tell you the exact date. But I can tell you the time. It was in the wintertime. It had to be probably in November 1952, because it was cold. And when I got to Korea, the unit I was assigned to was a predominantly black unit, because it was, prior to that, it was an all black unit, but they're in the process of integrating it. And it was the 73rd Combat Engineer Battalion, which was formerly all black, but then they were integrating it. And it was really rough, because we didn't have adequate foot gear to wear, because it was cold, and we didn't have proper winter clothing, I'll put it that way. So we had to improvise, and I remember I had burlap sacks that I would have, and I would put stuffed paper in the sacks and then use them as overshoes, put them over my boots and, for like goulashes, to keep my feet warm, because we didn't have what they call snowpacks shoes. We just didn't have enough winter gear. I don't know why, but then, and that went on all throughout that winter like that, and it was cold, really cold, and yeah, things that people don't realize, how do you want to take a shower? We don't shower. We didn't have a shower point. We lived in tents, and folding cots, and had a little heater to heat up the tent, about 10 men in a tent, and we had a diesel heater, and we heat the tent with a little pot belly diesel stove. And that was a hassle, because you had to go and get the diesel from the truck and bring it back and hook it up outside and with the pipes and hook it to the stove. And it was a hassle to keep the fire going, when it's cold, And so you just didn't change clothes, you just wore the same thing all the time. And then they had a program on Sunday afternoon. The people who wanted to go take a shower, a truck would pick you up and take you south, to back beyond the front line, take you down south to what they call a shower point. And they had tents set up where you could take a shower and pick what they call it, general purpose tent. And then they had, you take all your dirty clothes off and throw them in this bucket outside and go and take a shower, and you come out the other end and you just pick out clean clothes. They're not new, but just, clean underwear, clean shirt and pants, You didn't have time to know certain size, with just a shirt, pants, Only thing you didn't change was your boots, You kept your same boots, but you get your socks and stuff like that and get back on the truck. And then the truck take you back up to your unit, which would be about an hour drive sometime. And that was a hassle. I think I did it one time, because by the time you got back to the unit, you was all nasty and dirty from the dust. If it was no snow, the dust in the back of the truck would be coming in and shit. And you get back, you're nasty and dirty. You say, well, shit, ain't no purpose going out for it. Just take we used to call it we used to call it we'd take a bath in a steel pot. Take a steel pot, your helmet, and heat the water, and then take a sponge bath, We call it well, this bad word, we used to say a horse bear, you know, we used to call it, you know, and then you get used to that. Then going to you, next morning you get up and we didn't have any formations and stuff like that. You just get up and we go to the chow line, and then sometime you get put your food in your nesket, and if you didn't hurry enough eat it, sometime it would freeze before you could eat it all. That's what you, especially the scrambled eggs, you know. I mean, so you want out to try to sit in a warm place to eat it, you know. And sometimes, and they issue you sea rations, you know, cans of sea rations. Back in those days, a can, and they just have it in a bucket with hot water boiling, and you just take a dip down there and get your can of sea rations, and then you take it to your tent and you open it up, and it's hot. You know what I mean? Like that. They're like sea rations. I used to love pork and beans. You know, that was probably the best meal they had. Pork and beans, I remember that. You know, and I would love to eat the pork and beans because I was filling off, and then he had crackers in there, pork and beans. You know, and then it seemed like to me we'd always, as soon as we unpack and get in one place, and I was a combat engineer, so we were blowing up bridges, you know, with and clearing minefields, you know, and blowing minefields up in place. But the main thing was blowing bridges and culverts, you know, and boulders, you know, and it seemed like we moved so much, you know, we were here for maybe a week, and then pack up and move to another location a week, and I can't remember the places we were moving to, but we just moved, you know, it seemed like unpacked. Sometimes we didn't get unpacked, and then we had to move again to another place, you know. That was where it was. And then I was sort of young. I guess I was about 18 years old, going on 19 when I was 19, and I was on guard because I was a private at that time. And I remember the time I was walking guard along this river where we was bivouacked, and it was at night, and I had a M2 carbine I was carrying, and with a banana clip, you know. And I used to couldn't talk about this, but I can now because what happened, you know, and you see a lot of death, but a lot of dead bodies, put it that way. You know, in the weeds and stuff like that, you stumble across them. And sometimes you think about it, you know, people don't, I mean, just like, you know, sometimes, you know, like if you see a squirrel, you know, hit by a car, you know, a rabbit hit by a car on the street, something like that, and what do? You don't stop. You just say, oh, there's a squirrel, dead squirrel. And that's where it got to be there, but to be a body. You know, you didn't think of nothing of it, you know. That's where I feel, you know, because it's also, you know.
So many of them.
Yeah, just, you know, so what? You know, just keep going, you know. But anyway, but if it was American body, if you could identify it, then you would notify somebody it's American soldier, that's something, then their grave registration is supposed to come up and pick the body up. And I emphasize supposed to, you know, because they had jobs to do too, and depending on what their mission was and what they were doing, maybe they couldn't have time to do that, you know. But anyway, I was walking guard, and I was trying to avoid that, but I got to get to it. And this guy was coming up, and I saw him. It was a night, and I told him to halt. And I couldn't understand what he was saying. He just kept walking toward me. And I said, and I pulled the rack chamber around in the chamber, and I said, halt, halt. And he got pretty close to me, and instead of me firing, I did like that, shoot, and something told me, don't shoot. And I just took the rifle, boom, and hit him in the head. You know, I just flipped like a baseball bat. You know, they taught us how to do that. I had it like that, and I just flipped it around like that. The hit came down hard as I can, and I hit him. Oh, I knocked his head down, and he fell down. and I killed him, And I called, we had a word we had to do. It said, Sergeant of the Guard, post number 1. Sergeant of the Guard. My post was 1. I was on post 1, the divided area, post 1, post 2, post 3. And I was at 1. And I called Sergeant of the Guard, post number 1. Sergeant of the Guard. And they relayed the post. And the other guards was on guard. They would relay the message back. Sergeant of the Guard, post number 1. And then the sergeant back in the tent, he would know where to come. And he come at me, And he said, well, what happened? I said, this guy came up from the ditch, from the river, and he wouldn't stop. So did you shoot him? I said, no. He said, you should shot him. But I didn't want to shoot him. He said, you're lucky you didn't shoot yourself, because I was young and inexperienced. I had put a round in the chamber. Instead of shooting, I hit him. Instead of the round could have went off and shot. I would have got shot in my chest. I could have killed myself. He said, you should have shot him, instead of hitting that, because he said, you're lucky you didn't get killed. And then that would have been something. They would have thought he did it, shot me, but I shot myself. That's how things work. Yeah. I lived with that for a long time. And the way they handled the guy, dead, they just took me dead already. And they said, just throw him in. They just had a litter, and they just kicked him over in the litter and took him off and brought me another gun. And gave me, said, get Andy, private mail, another weapon, and bring him I think it was another M2 carbine, because I was pretty good with that carbine. We had M1 rifles and carbines. So he gave me another carbine with a banana clip. And I kept continuing walking my post, and then when the daylight came, and then I was relieved, and I thought maybe I was going to, get in, information or something. That just another day, just carry on like nothing happened. I don't know what happened to the guy. I asked, and he said, don't worry about that, Yeah, that was just another thing. That was one thing I had a hard time with all my career, thinking about that. But because I wonder, I shouldn't have done it, and I said, should have done it, and all that. And I had PTSD behind that. And I used to go to a psychiatrist, and he told me, so, well, if it was you or him, you were in war, you got to look at it like that. He could have killed you, and you were lucky that you didn't kill yourself. See, that's the unfortunate things that happen in war. Some people have it much, much worse than you did, and that's true. Some people on the firing line constantly, killing, So, yep. But anyway, after that, and then the war was over in July the 27th, 1953. They signed the treaty. And at 2100 at night, that's when they hit the ceasefire. Everybody stopped shooting. I mean, that was a strange day, strange night. At 2100, 9 o'clock at night, everything just quiet. That was weird. The war was over for the armistice. Didn't have anything to do. Stop. So we just had to start cleaning our rifles and stuff like that for 1 week. And then since I was in the Combat Engineer Battalion, we had a mission to go up to we were already in North Korea at the time when the war stopped. And we had to go up beyond the 38th parallel and meet the Chinese platoon. And we began to clear mines all across North Korea, making what they call the DMZ, the demilitarized zone, and put up signs in English, Korean, and Chinese. And that was the beginning, making of the demilitarized zone, that what's better known as the DMZ, that divides the South to the North. But we were above 38 parallel. And the reason the Chinese soldiers were there is because we were in North Korea when we stopped, when they discover a Chinese minefield, they were responsible for clearing the Chinese mines. And when we discover American minefield, we were responsible for clearing the American minefields. And that was by identifying them with a mine detector. And of course, we wore special uniform armadillo suits. We called it heavy back in those days, it was some heavy material lead with vest and all weight like overhauls, helmet. You're so heavy you couldn't hardly walk. But then you have a mine detector to clear the mines, and when you're clear a mine, and then we had a group, we place a little, what we call a quarter-pound block of TNT on the mine, and then we round them up and make an electrical circuit or a non-electric circuit, and then blow them up in place, fall back and blow them up. And the Chinese would do the same thing when they encounter a Chinese minefield, do the same thing. We did that. We making the DMZ and then put up signs. One group would put up signs, they had it already, back in headquarters, they had signs made in Chinese, English, and Korean, writing. And making the DMZ 150 miles across Korea that we did that. And that was the 73rd Combat Engineer Battalion. And
I can't believe my uncle made the DMZ.
Pardon?
I can't believe my uncle made the DMZ.
What? Oh, why you say that?
Because you did. You were one of the people that made it.
We were doing it, And then after that, I got a medal for that too. So, and then came back. Whatever. Oh, and that's when I had the incident in Korea. I told you about that. I don't know if I ever told you that. We were told that the Chinese were 80% illiterate. That was the thing, and I didn't know at the time. But in that time, in the Army, we were trained to think of the enemy as subhuman or less than we are, and we give them monikers. We call them not Chinese people, we call them chinks or gooks or slopes, And it's like that now, I guess, too, Instead of calling people Chinese soldiers, we call them gooks, chinks, and give them a moniker, and that way you're more, you don't look as human then, You're more like an animal or something.
Beneath you.
Uh-huh.
They were beneath you.
Yeah. And then, unfortunately, we were even the black soldiers, we call them that too, because we were uneducated, predominantly black unit we was in, and we call them chinks and gooks, and we black, and I never forget it. We worked there for about 30 days, I guess, and the Chinese, we would work alongside them, it's close proximity, and when we stop and have our lunch, eat our seed rations, they would stop, have a break, and they would eat seed rations, what they had, rice mostly, it was like to me, a soup or something. And I'm sitting there on the log eating my seed rations, and we had been talking about them, calling them gooks and slopes and chinks, and they stink and stuff like that. And then I'm sitting there one afternoon, and this guy was sitting about from here to about 5 feet from me, Chinese soldier, and then he just said, he looked over, he said, I was a corporal then. I'll never forget. I had made corporal, 2 stripes. He said, Corporal Bell. And he said, Corporal Bell, I'm talking to you. And it scared the hell out of me. Because he spoke perfect English, no accent. And that's what got me. Because I looked around, I thought it was one of the guys, And I was sitting all kind of by myself. He said, I'm talking to you. And I said, do you speak English? He said, sure, I speak English. And he told me, he said, what are you doing in Korea? He said, what did my people ever do to you? He said, you can't even get a job in your own country. He said, and you over here fighting the Chinese and the North Koreans. And my heart was in my mouth. I was scared shitless. I didn't know what to think. I was confused because we had been talking about these guys for 30 days and all of them, he said, we all speak English. And he said, I'm a graduate of Columbia University. He said, you can't even go to Columbia University in your home. And And I didn't know what to say. I was dumbfounded. My heart was in my mouth because I had been calling the guy goots and slopes, and this man spoke perfect English. I didn't even know where in the hell Columbia University was. And he said he went to Columbia University. And I didn't know what to say. I was scared. And I said, damn. And I said, and Lieutenant Gilkey, I still remember his name, Lieutenant Gilkey. He was a white lieutenant. You know, he was a white officer. And I said, Lieutenant Gilkey. He was about 20 yards from me. And he was over there eating. I said, sir, I said, this guy over here speak English. And he said, where? He come over here and he said, and the Chinese said, sure, I speak English. He said, we all speak English. And Lieutenant Gilkey turned red as fire. No kidding. You got scared and started shaking. And see, the thing about it, I know we didn't have any weapons because the war was over. And what we had to do, all of us had machetes, though. We had carried long machetes, but they had weapons. All of them, they had pistols. The Chinese soldiers, you know, because, you know, the war was over. So this treaty was signed, so we wasn't supposed to be armed, but the Chinese were. They all had pistols on, you know, and we just had machetes. And he had been taking pictures with his camera. And that's why he said, let me see that camera. And he said, what is it? And he said, let me see the camera. He just put his hand like that. And the lieutenant gave him the camera. And he took opened the camera up and took all, I'll never forget that, took all the film out and threw him like that. And then shit, and gave it back to the lieutenant. He said, yeah. He exposed the film, you know, and gave him the camera back. And Lieutenant was scared. He turned around and he told us, okay, we got to go. I call all the American soldiers. What's on about 20 of us. He said, let's go. He said, we got to stop. He said, where you guys going? He said, we finished for today, you know. And so you know, we went down and got back in our boats. We had to go up there in the boats. We got in our boats in the Watchon Reservoir. And then we went back down to our units in the boats, about a half-hour drive in the boats in the water. And we got out, and then he went to headquarters to report what happened. And then we went down a unit, and then we discontinued that operation about a week. So they had to get, you know, get things organized again, you know, what to do and what not to do. And they found out that all those guys were intelligent agents from the Chinese army. You know, all of them had been educated in America. All of them were Americans, actually. But they, you know, they was just trying to, I couldn't understand what they was doing, but they was trying to gather information of how we thought, stuff like that. The Chinese are smart people. I think they're the smartest people in the world. And that was in 1953. They worked in increments, you know, they gather. They know more about us than we don't know shit about them. That's why I look at it. And that's why I look at it today. And that was in 1953, you know. And so they said, now when we go up, we had an order that when we go back up there, you know, to start completing the job, we don't have any, we had what's called non-fraternization policy. Cannot fraternize with them whatsoever. He said, when we work, don't open our mouth, don't say nothing. When we take our break, we take our break over here, and they still on that side, you know. And that's what we had to do. We went back up, and we completed the job doing that. And the sergeant over and said, hey, how you guys doing today? And we said, oh, you don't want to talk anymore, huh? Hey. And then he would start talking, you know, hey, when you going to get a job when you get back to the States? And you know, we had been talking everything. And you were from Chicago. He said, where you think you're going to get a job from? They hassled the hell out of us, you know.
Wow.
Said nothing, you know. We couldn't say anything. And then we finished the project. But that day was an experience to me, you know. I mean, I learned so much from that particular day. And that was in 1953, July the 27th, 1953. Yeah, that's when the treaty was signed, 2,100 hours at night. And that was something. Yeah. And then I came back to the States in 1954. In March of 1954, the 18th of March. I got discharged at Camp Carson, Colorado. At that time, it was Camp Carson, Colorado. And I got discharged on the 18th of March. And
1954.
1954.
Hey, is that the time when that guy was riding in the boat and he shot those people on the bank? He bombed them people on the bank. Shot a grenade or something and blew up their women.
Oh, no. That was later. That was in Korean War.
Oh.
That was much later. And I got on, caught a train in Colorado Springs and went to St. Louis on a train, you know, and discharged, got out of the Army, and really didn't have a good place to stay. You know, I went home and was there, you know, what I remember, George was staying with Hattie, and I think I stayed with Hattie for a while out in Wellston, and Gloria Ann and Edwina, they were in an orphan home, I believe, yeah. And I stayed out 3 months, and I couldn't get a job. That's when I told you I went to put in applications, and the only kind of job I could get was shining shoes. And one of the guys I told you about, which was Ferdinand, he was a white guy, and he told me that in St. Louis, he said, why don't you put in an application at McDonnell Douglas? I think that was the name of it, McDonnell Douglas. It was an aircraft factory there in St. Louis, right outside of St. Louis. I think it was McDonnell Douglas. It popped in my head, I think. But anyway, and he said he had gone there and they sent him to school to learn how to read blueprints. And he, since I was much smarter than him because I was his sergeant in Korea, you know, and he said that I'd probably get a job. They didn't hire me. And I ended up shining shoes there for about 30 days. And I said, no. And I was getting these letters, you know, come back in the Army, re-enlist, you know, and all that. And then when I was too young to even go and buy a beer because I was only 20 years old, but I was a sergeant. I had made sergeant. And I remember it was me and a couple of friends of mine that were in the military with us, gotten discharged also. It was Teddy Farr, Lawrence Jones, and Ben Ray. We were they were a little older than me. They were 21, and we were in a tavern in St. Louis on Newstead and St. Louis Avenue, Duck's Lounge, on a Saturday afternoon, I remember. And we went there and were drinking beer, and I was too young to be in there. And so we would sit at the booth. And so when the waiter would come over and ask what we want, I always hide my face, you know, look the other way, and they would order the beer, you know, sitting in the booth, and then they bring it. And then I had a mug too. And then we were sitting in there, and this Saturday afternoon, I remember, and this recruiting sergeant came in, and he saw us there, and we all had been in the military, but we were still looking young, you know, 21, 20 years old, and he thought we had never been in the military. And he come over and started talking to us about joining the Army. You know, we sit there, and he buying us beer and everything, and we were letting him, you know, getting free beer, you know, had never been in the Army. And so we told him, yeah, after we got pretty well, he said, we had to finally told him, say, yeah, we've been in the Army, we just got out, you know. We hadn't been out 90 days, you know. And he said, what? He said, look, he said, well, I get you guys a re-enlist, you know, give you, you know, good tour wherever you want to go and everything. And he said that, and he asked, had anybody had been to Korea? We all had been to Korea, you know. And then he told me, he said, well, and I know when I was in Korea, I went on what they call R&R, what's called rest and recuperation. You know, while you're in Korea, they send you to Japan for 5 days to rest and recuperation. And that was the best time I ever had, you know, going to Japan to rest and drink and party and stuff for 5 days back to Korea. And then that was a selling point. He said, and if you guys went to Korea, he said, have you ever thought about going back to Japan? And I said, what, can I be stationed in Japan? He said, sure. He said, I can get you stationed right there in Japan. I said, oh man, I would like that, you know. And this was on a Saturday. And so he took me and I think it was me and someone else. I can't remember. I think it was Teddy Farr. The rest of the guys didn't go, but me and Teddy Farr, he took us down to the Mart building. That's Saturday afternoon on 12th and Spruce. And he took us upstairs, and we signed the papers. Nobody there in that building but us seemed like to be in an office but him. And he had us fill out papers and sign it. And he said, now, Monday morning, you guys going to have to come back down here and then get sworn in. And I said, what? You know, and I was, then I was ready, you know. So that Monday morning, went back down, you know, because I didn't have a place to stay, you know, then what had it, and I re-enlisted. And then went back in the military.
Went to Japan.
Pardon?
Got stationed in Japan.
Hell no, that's the thing. After I re-enlisted, I went through in-processing, and at Camp Chaffee, Arkansas, for about a week, they call it in-processing. And then, and then I remember, and I got that Saturday afternoon, after I finished in-processing, went into Fort Smith, Arkansas, the little town right there, right outside of Camp Chaffee, to get a Greyhound bus to come to St. Louis that Saturday evening. And I remember I got there, and I got hungry, and I was sitting in the bus station. Right across the street was a bar and grill. And I said, and they served hamburgers and stuff. And I said, I'm going to go over there and get a hamburger and come and sit, you know, back in the bar. I'm in the Greyhound bus station away. Back in those days, it was segregated. They had the black area and the white area in the bus station, what it said. So I just went across the street, and I knew that that's an airplane flying over. And I knew that you had to be kind of careful in those days, because you know you can get killed, get shot. And they just put a knife in your pocket. Said the person tried to have a knife. He was armed, tried to kill me. That's gonna happen, you know. They kill you for nothing, you know. That's what I thought, and that's where it was a lot of times. And so I went into the bar, the front door, and I didn't know that you had to go around the back. But I knew that you could not go in and sit in. So I always went to the door, and I always went right to the corner of the bar, you know, when you first go in. And I asked her, I said, excuse me, ma'am. I said, could I have a hamburger to go, please? She said, I'm so sorry. She said, but we can't serve colored people in here. He said, you can go around the back. If she's still open, and you probably get it there. I said, okay, thank you, you know. And so I went around the back, and the lady was closed. The black lady, she said from the back kitchen, you know, and she had gone for the day. And I came back around the front, and I said, oh, she's gone for the day. I said, can I just get a hamburger to go, please? I said, she said, and then the guy came and said, you heard the lady said, we don't serve Negroes in here. And I said, yes, sir, okay. And so I left, went out.
You have your fatigues on?
I had my uniform on with my medals and stuff. And boy, that hurt me so bad. I mean, I even now, when I think about it, I have to almost cry. Wait a minute. Now, I don't know why, but I every time I think about that, I kind of tear up. I mean, for some reason. But anyway.
Because it's evil.
But, you know, and then I went across the street, sit down in the bus station, waiting on my bus to come. And I think it's supposed to come late that night, about 11 o'clock or something like that.
And you're hungry.
I'm sitting there hungry. And this white guy came in with a bag, a sandwich. And he had been sitting in the bar, and he overheard the conversation. And he told me, he said, God damn it, he said, it's a damn shame. He said, here, soldier. He said, you've been in the war. He said, I see you got medals on, and you can't even buy a hamburger. He said, and I bought it for you. He said, here. And I said, well, I want to pay for it. He said, no, no, no. He said, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. And he went back out. And I sit there. I couldn't eat it. I tried. I took a couple of bites, but I was hungry, but I couldn't finish it. It was... Wow, that was something.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Man, that was something. That's the first time I did that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's real. That really happened. It really happened.
Huh?
That really happened.
That was terrible. But anyway.
That was in 1954, right?
Yep. Yep. In fact, it was, let's see, I can tell you exact the date because it got out April, May, June. It was June 1954. Around the 15th of June, 1954. And I couldn't even, and then I got on the bus and I was so angry. I just got on the Recounts bus and I went straight to the back and sit down in the back because I know I didn't want any complications. I know that's what I'm supposed to be, you know. So I went all the way as far back as you can sit, you know, because I was angry. And I thank God I didn't have a weapon then. But I thank God, you know, because everybody's not evil, you know. That guy, you know, he's overheard the conversation. And I went on the bus, and for some reason, when that bus crossed the Mississippi River, going into St. Louis, St. Louis, I took a deep breath. I said, wow, and I finally made it home. Although St. Louis was bad too, but I still felt relief. And I know I got off that bus there down on Broadway, downtown, and I just felt so great, so good. I said, back home. But, you know, I know the rules and regulations in St. Louis, I guess.
Wow.
Then I went home. Really didn't have a home. St. Louis, and I stayed with Hattie. And then, you know, worked for a while and shoot, shine. I bought me a 25 automatic. Re-enlisted, went back in the Army. And, oh yeah, that's when the sergeant met us in that bar and said we could go back to Japan. And then I re-enlisted for Japan, and then went out Camp Stoneman, California, to process to get on the ship to go to Japan. Back in those days, we were shipping you overseas mostly on troop ships. Got all the way to the gangplank, all the way to the dock, and they would call your name, and you go up on the gangplank, get on the ship to Japan. And I had made sergeant. I was a sergeant.
2 stripes.
And the way they call you, it's, you know, they call you Sergeant Bell, and you answer by answering with your first name. He said, Sergeant Bell. And I said, Andrew. He said, over here, you know. And it got to me, it's a Sergeant Green, Gregory, Sergeant Whiskey, Sergeant Jones, Robert, you know. And then Sergeant Bell, Andrew. And then said, just a moment, over here, please. And I didn't know what happened. I said, oh, shit, something's wrong, you know. And they all got on and had me lined up over here, about 2 or 3 of us on the side. Everybody else got on the gangplank and got on the ship. And I said, what's going on? He said, you can't go back to the Far East. The rules were that you had to be back in the States, I think 18 months before you can go back to the Far East. That's the military order in the rules. You can't. I said, but I re-enlisted for Japan. I'm sorry about that. Can't do anything about that. I don't have anything to do with that. You're going to be reassigned, you know, to another unit. And So then that's when they assigned me to Fort Lewis, Washington. At Fort Lewis, Washington, and they assigned me there. I think it was the 40th. Infantry unit.
What's your blood oxygen right now?
I'll put it back on here. Let me take a little break here.
Okay. I'll pause it.
Minutes, and then I got one, and then the second one.
Okay. So that'll be.
Put one in. Gotta wait about 5 minutes.
Okay, that'll be 2:13 for me.
Okay. Yeah, same here.
Does it burn?
Oh, actually, I got about about 2:13 and be here. You don't have to be exact. 2:15, I can do it. Okay. Okay, and what I was saying, then they reassigned me to up at Fort Lewis, Washington.
Against your will.
3rd Infantry Division, that's what it was. This is good for me too, because I'm bring back my memories to make sure. Yeah, it was the 3rd Infantry Division at Fort Lewis, Washington in 1954. And it was a good outfit, good unit. I was enjoying it. First time I had been stationed in that part of the country in Seattle, Washington.
And you're a single man, right?
Yeah, it was pretty nice. And I remember they was making a movie to Hell and Back, a big production movie to Hell and Back about the 3rd Infantry Division with Artie Murphy, Sergeant Murphy. He was a movie star. He was an ex-soldier from the Second World War. Supposed to be the most highly decorated soldier, Artie Murphy, and he was a famous movie star. And they were making a movie about him at Fort Lewis, Washington. So they was using our unit, our outfit, pretending that we were in the Second World War.
Oh.
And we had a big parade, and we were in the parade, and we had to, for some reason we had to change our patch. Can't remember why we did that, but they in the movie every Saturday we had what they call a division review, a marching parade. Every Saturday, a whole division, and then so the Hollywood industry, they came there and was taking pictures of the parade marching, and then they said that was then they made the movie, and they had us in that movie marching when it came on, for Artie Murphy, the sergeant, and it was just a production. I remember that because everybody was talking about we movie stars now, but you couldn't see our face or anything. It was too many soldiers. We were just marching along. But anyway, I remember that, and so that had to be in the summer of 1954. Probably in July or August, somewhere along there. And then I was there. And then I became frustrated because I had re-enlisted to go to Japan, and they had sent me to Fort Lewis, Washington, and I didn't like it. And so I started complaining about it. And so I said, well, I'm going to go see the Inspector General's office, the IG, they call it in Army, the Inspector General, and see if I can get my orders changed. And so I went there to the office and to complain about it. And I was sitting outside in the building, sitting in the hallway, waiting for my chance to go in. And I was sitting there, and the door was kind of cracked open. I was just sitting there, and a couple other soldiers had gone in there to complain. And this one black soldier had went in there to complain to the IG about his company commander had called him a nigger, and they were making a report of it. And so when the black soldier left out of the building and left, and so they were in there talking, discussing his case, and I was sitting out in the hallway, and the door was open, and they didn't know I was out in the hallway, and this captain was talking to the lieutenant colonel, and he told him, he said, you know, he said, that's a shame. He said that the country commander called him a nigger. He said, you know, in the army, you know, that you know, we're changing. We're not supposed to be doing that. And then the colonel told him, he said, well, what the hell do he think he is then? You know, and I heard that. I said, oh, God damn. You know, leave me going in there. You know, I didn't know what to do. I said, God damn. And I got scared. I said, you know, I'm up there and he, you know, I mean, the way he said it, well, who the hell do you think he is then? You know? And I said, damn. And I said, God damn it. And by the time I was getting ready to leave, and the captain came, I said, hey, okay, Sergeant, y'all come on in. And I was nervous and scared. I said, oh, shit, what? I don't want to complain about nothing. No, you know. Shit, he might send my ass. I said, Tim, I don't know. Because he'd smile in your face, you know, and stab you in the back. I mean, yeah, come on, have a seat. So I didn't know. Really not to worry about saluting. Have a seat, relax. Now, what I just heard him say, I said, God damn, boy, this guy got some, you know, smile in your face and stab you in the back, you know. And I said, oh, shit. And I didn't know what to say. He said, I see you got to complain about going back to Japan. And I didn't know what, you know, I was scared that, you know, I didn't know what to say, you know, because I was still in my mind what he had just said about that black guy, you know, and I'm black too. So what the fuck, you know, I'm in my mind thinking, what the nigga come in to complain about something. So I'm just sitting there trying, I don't know what to say.
Hold on, before you go, there's time for your other drop.
Okay. I'm going to look in the mirror here to do this.
All right, welcome back.
Okay. And so, I told the colonel what I was there for. I said, I had re-enlisted to go to Japan, and they assigned me here to Fort Worth, Washington. And he said, you don't like it here at Fort Worth, Washington? And I said, yeah, I like it here. Okay, but, you know, I wanted, you know, I said my contract was to go back to Japan. And he said, well, you know, the rules and regulations that you cannot go back to Japan after you've just came back from the Far East. You had to be back in the States at least, I think, 18 months before you could go back to the Far East. And he said, but I tell you what, he said, he was looking at a paper. He said, I'll tell you one thing, that's another jet going by. But he said that one thing, he said, how would you like to go to Austria? He said, you could go to Austria. And I said, wow, that sounds pretty good. You know, I said, oh, well, sure, I wouldn't mind going to Austria. He said, okay. He said, well, we'll do, since he was scheduled to go to Japan, you couldn't go. He said, I'll arrange to you go to Austria. Austria. I said, oh, fine. So in about a couple of weeks, he said, you'll get orders, you know, for Austria. I said, okay, thank you, sir. And so for another 5 minutes, I said 4:45. I mean, 4:23 or something like that. I mean, 2:23.
2:23, yeah.
And so I went back to the unit. I was happy. I said, man, I'm going to be going to Austria. And I didn't know the difference between Austria and Australia. See, I had no idea. You know, I was uneducated. I didn't know what the hell Austria was. I thought he was talking about Australia, you know. And I told the guys back in the unit, I said, I'm going to Australia, man, in a couple of weeks. And the sergeant told me, Sergeant Mathis, he was my platoon sergeant. He said, Australia? He said, we don't have any American soldiers in Australia. I said, oh, yes, they do. I said, come on. Then I'm going to Austria. He said, no, you're not going to Austria. I said, you watch, wait and see. And when the quarters came down, He said, Austria. And I said, oh, they must have spelled this wrong. I said, they must have got this wrong. I'm not going to. They got Austria misspelled. They said, no, it's not misspelled. Austria is south of Germany. It's between Italy and Germany. He said, you're going to Austria. St. Johann, Austria. I said, well, I'll be goddamn. And that was in the wintertime, man. I was in November. I remember that. And he said, and it's cold. And as a potato farmer in Idaho. That was the whole thing. And I went to Austria on a ship. They shipped me we went to Italy, all the way across the Atlantic, through and stopped in Italy for overnight, processed, and got on a train from Italy, a place called Lake on, Italy, and then rode the train from Lake on, Italy, all the way up to Austria, to Salzburg, Austria. And from Salzburg, he caught a bus down to a little village called St. Johann, Austria. And that's where I was stationed for 12 months in Austria. And it was cold, God dang it. And I'll never forget that when we in process there, and the sergeant, he was a black sergeant, and he was in charge of the supply room. And he spoke with a heavy accent, like he was a black German or something. Yet, I guess he had been there for a long time. And he told me, you're going to, he used me a big old rucksack, a pair of snowshoes, and he come out and said, what size shoe you wore? And I said, 10 and a half, and he gave me a 12. But anyway, he said, that's the size we got. And I got stood up, you remain here. You remain. And I said, what the fuck? He said, oh, he was black. He thought he was a black German. I said, oh. Okay. And I guess he probably couldn't, because and I didn't know this. And he said, and he gave me them skis, very big old long wooden skis. I said, what's this for? He said, you'll find out. He said, you'll find out in the morning. Wooden skis, man. I said, oh, God. And that's what we did, rucksack, cross-country skiing every day almost. It was snow in the mountains, snow, learning how to ski. And then they had a little ski school there in a place called Saalfelden, Austria. And he taught us how to, cross-country ski and with a rucksack on your back and your rifle and helmet and all that. And that's what we did every day, going out cross-country skiing, And I didn't know at the time, for the first 2 or 3 months, it was unit. We had explosives hidden in the mountains in different caves, and this was right after the war. This was in 1955, and in Austria at the time, it was occupied by the Russians, British, French, and Americans. And we were in American. They had it broken up in sectors. You had the Russian sector, British sector, American sector, and the French sector. And then they had the international zone in Vienna, where all troops go. And so what we did, we trained, and we had a mission in the event of hostilities, if the war would resume, or if the Russians would attempt to break out, start another war. And then our mission was to get our explosives that were hid in different secret locations, and we would head to the Brenner Pass, and we would prime the Brenner Pass for demolitions, and we would blow up the bridge leading to the Brenner Pass, and then blow up the Brenner Pass, and then head south to Italy. We would leave Austria and get on the Italian side, and then blow up the bridges and head south. And we would be scattered, and then we just head south, and then we join the first Allied forces that we meet. Whoever we meet, if they're friendly forces, we join it. And that was our mission, but it was secret, it was classified. And because a lot of people didn't even know American soldiers were stationed in Austria, And I tell people not that. They said, what the hell, you were never stationed in Austria. So I got record, prove that. And I was ski trooper at that. skis. Can you imagine that?
Mm-mm.
That's what I'm trying to ski. And I remember one black guy in our unit. He was really good. And then on the weekend, that's all we did. You know, we go skiing. But we bought out, so then you start buying your own civilian skis because you got into it. And I bought my own civilian skis, and we were right in a little village called St. Johann. It was a ski slope, and we would go skiing on the weekend. And we got off, and then I started boxing. I got into boxing, and I started boxing and welterweight champion, fighting all the time. And it was enjoyable, We didn't go to town too much because we were kind of hesitant because it wasn't too many blacks there in Austria, and it was integrated. We had black and white in our unit, and we didn't. We felt kind of. I know we went to town one time, and little kids run up behind you and holler, "Nigger man, nigger man, nigger man," and we didn't know how to take that, and we just, and then we found out we used to have meetings, and the chaplain was explaining to us that they didn't mean any harm by it. That was the first time they saw black people, in his little town, and they wasn't saying nigger, they were nigger. That's what they pronounced Negro, and and they were happy to see us, the little kids, they wasn't saying that, called us a nigger. It wasn't that, but that's what we thought, and then we started eventually going to town, and then one time I was in town, we was always going to group, maybe 2 or 3 of us, because we were scared. And then this Austrian had a restaurant there. He saw us, and he came out and on the street and the sidewalk and stopped us and asked us, welcome us to the town. And he said, and told us, why don't we come to town more often? He said, we never see us, And then, he welcomed us there. He said, we know you guys are stationed down there, so why don't you come to town? And said, we told him, we think that we weren't welcome, He said, no. It was open arms, And so we started going to town then, And I had good experiences there. And I started learning how to ice skate, And it's wintertime mostly there, so we learned how to ice skate. And I remember I was ice skating in this in wintertime in a tennis court, like ice rink in the city, little village. And I remember this little Austrian boy, about 14 years old, he was skating, and so he spoke pretty good English, and better English than I did. And he was asking me, about America and everything, and I put these other drops in, and then I'll be through. Better get this in.
I'm gonna pause it.
Okay.
Waiting on Uncle Andrew. He just had glaucoma fixed in his left eye, and he's gonna do the right eye when he gets a chance after the left one comes out clear. So he's putting some drops in his eye right now. He'll be 90 years old September 26th. Doing pretty well, wouldn't you say? Better than a lot of people. God has given him many blessings. And we're being recipients of one of them right now.
All right.
I really appreciate you doing this, Uncle Andrew.
Huh?
I really appreciate you doing this for us.
Well, anyway, in Austria, and I remember I was ice skating there, learning how to ice skate, and this kid started asking me about America and about history and stuff like that. And he started asking me about Abraham Lincoln and stuff, about the Civil War, and I had no idea what he was talking about. you know. And I said, damn. I thought about that, and I went back to the unit, and I said, this kid knows more about America than I do, you know, because I was uneducated. I just went to the 6th grade, you know, and, you know, they didn't teach too much. Of course, I didn't learn that much. I'll put it that way. They taught, but I didn't learn that much. And then I started taking courses after that, you know, about American history. And then I started, you know, doing better, you know, and I started boxing and learned how to ski and had a friend of mine, he got out of the army and he stayed over there. He went to France and got into some kind of ski school and stuff like that. He stayed in France, you know, he never did come back to the United States. And got to that. And then another experience I had in Austria, you know, I met this black lady, you know, and she was working there in PX, and I thought she was American, you know, working over there. And but she was Austrian. She had her and her family had lived there, you know, before the war. Oh, my battery is getting low. I'm gonna just go get up to the lecture real quick.
Okay.
I got a card there. Hold on a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got an extension cord. Great. Oh, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. It's more comfortable outside, so I got the extension cord. So we can continue outside here. It's great.
All right.
Hold on 1 second. Put that bad boy up.
You sure moving fast, Uncle.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta go fast. Okay. Ah. I think that bad boy's charging. Okay, we should be good now. All right. Okay, we're back. And I was there. You know, this is good therapy for me also. I'm glad that you're doing this. This is good therapy. That's what George should be doing too, but he can't do it. But anyway, and now back in Austria, and I met this lady, and like I said, I thought she was being uneducated. You see a black person, you assume that they're from America because they're black, you know. but she was Austrian, born and raised in Austria. And her people, you know, years ago had came from Liberia or somewhere in Africa, but they had lived in Austria for all their life. And during the war, you know, when Hitler was taking over, he was getting rid of all non-Aryan people, including blacks, you know, and Jews and all other people, you know, that he did not like. And so they moved to Switzerland, she said, I think, the whole family. Switzerland or Sweden, one of them. The neutral country, I think it was Switzerland. It was neutral, yeah, Switzerland. And they moved to Switzerland and stayed there until after the war was over. And then they came back to Austria, you know, after the war. And that's why she explained that to me. And I said, wow, I never knew that, you know. And that was an education, you know. And then we were in Austria, and I had experience to be with Russian soldiers there for a while, because in Vienna was an international zone, and you could go on pass, you know, on a weekend pass, and we would go up to Vienna, which would be in the city of Vienna with international, French, British, Russian, and American soldiers go there. And then they had the patrol, a Jeep, you know, with 4 MPs riding the Jeep. It'd be 1 American, 1 British, 1 French, and 1 Russian in the Jeep. And I remember on the fenders of the Jeep, there'll be 4 flags, you know, 2 British and French, Russian, and English, you know, and they would ride around the area, you know, secure and make sure that the soldiers would stay straight. You know, if the French soldiers get in trouble, you know, French MPs take care of it. Only one big difference I know in the Russian soldiers, they could not go on pass unless a sergeant go with them. You know, they would go like in a group of 6, but it would be a non-commissioned officer in charge of them. But Americans and the French and the British, you know, we were individual. You know, we could just go where we want to, but they couldn't. And I remember we was in this bar and, you know, drinking beer and everything. And the Russian soldiers there, all sitting the same table. And the Russian sergeant, you know, there, we was more or less in charge of those guys, you know. And, you know, we were drinking there. I remember we were saluting Stalin, you know, talking about, you know, they had a picture, also with a Russian bar, like, you know, they had a picture of Stalin back there and all of, you know. I remember that.
Who is Stalin?
I mean, Stalin. I mean, it was
Stalin?
The Russian back in the day.
Stalin?
Yeah, but yeah, before. Did I pronounce it wrong?
Stalin.
Russian. Huh?
Stalin.
Yeah, Stalin. Yeah.
You said Stalin, but you meant Stalin.
Yeah, Stalin. Yeah. And that was an experience to be with the Russian soldiers. And I remember in Vienna at the embassy, and I remember I used to look at the guards. It was really strange because they were so big. I mean, they looked like giants. And they were looking Oriental, you know, looked like big giant Chinese. That's what I thought. But I found out later they were not. They were from Mongolia. And they had special honor guard to guard the Russian embassy. But they would, you know, pick out the big guy. I mean, it was guys look like giants, man. And they had, you know, this slanted eyes because the Mongolians was under Russia, you know, and I guess they searched and got the biggest ones they could catch because they looked, oh man, they look scary, you know, big guards, you know. But anyway, those things I remember. And then in 1955, they had the treaty. And then all American soldiers and the French, British, and the Russian soldiers, they had to leave Austria because it became, the treaty was signed, and so we had to get out of there. So the unit I was in, we moved to Germany. We moved up to Germany. And then I was stationed in Germany there in 1950. And that's when I was boxing in Austria. I started boxing. Went pretty good. I never lost a fight. I was a welterweight.
Wow.
You know, and didn't have too many fights, but I was still good. Because I didn't smoke, I didn't drink. I was in good shape. I would run every morning, you know, and I would run all the way, 2 or 3 other guys, we would run all the way down to a village called about 20 miles to Saalfeld in Austria. and then catch the train and ride back to our unit. You know, back in those days you could do that. You know, we just in our sweats. You know, that was a lot of fun. You know, and I was in good shape. And of course, in Austria, you know, I was in good. I wasn't that good, but I was better than the guy that I was boxing. I'll put it that way. And then sometimes they were scared of me because they had built my name up and they called me Ding Dong Bell. That's where I got that Ding Dong from. And they said Ding Dong Bell, and then the rumor got started that I had fought in civilian life, and I had fought pro. You know, I was a pro fighter, but I was in the army, and that was a rumor around, and they carried around, and so guys were scared of me. You know, I got in the ring, and then and at the weigh-in, we always get weighed in and get examined before the fight the day before, and I never would talk. You know, I just try to look mean as I could. You know. Like, I'm mad at somebody, and then, and the guy said, man, that's Ding Dong Bell over there. But I can hear him, and I try to look, like I'm mad or something. And they said, I gotta fight him. And so when they get in the ring, a couple of times I remember I be boxing, and then I clinched with the guy, and I said, look, man, I don't want to hurt you. I want you to fall down when you come out next round, And then he come out, I hear boom, boom, a couple of times, and I clinch it, and and they get scared. And I hear him, I said, look, man, I don't want to hurt you now. I said, don't come out. Don't. I said, you better fall down and come out. And they got next round. I hit him, go down, he fall down. And I'll be so happy. I said, no, I'll be dancing around like that. And I win a fight by TKO, technical knockout. I never lost a fight. And the last fight I had, I was fighting a guy named Peanut. That was his nickname. And that guy was rough. Woo! That guy hit me everywhere but on the bottom of my feet. I mean, he beat me, man. And I didn't even know. I won the fight, but I didn't even know it. That's how screwed up I was. I mean, it was a knockout, man. Was
he black?
I won the fight by a split decision, because I had beat, it was a split decision. But I won the fight because I had more rounds. But I looked in the mirror, man, my face was all swollen this way, that way, and had cuts up under my eye, and I had 4 stitches right up under there. You can't see it now. And then I had to go to get examined the next day, and then I was scheduled to go to Salzburg, Austria to fight, and then from there to Mexico City to fight in the Olympics. And I was medically disqualified. So I could not go to Salzburg. And then my coach told me it was a damn shame. They never should have disqualified me. He said, because they didn't want me to go because they know that I was going to beat this guy that I was matched with. And I would have gone to Mexico City. It was political. That's what he said. But I didn't know, But they disqualified me because I had 3 little stitches. They had to put it there. So I couldn't go. I couldn't fight. So I stopped boxing then after that. I went through that. Then I went to Germany. And then I was stationed in Germany. And then doing the army stuff.
No wife?
Pardon?
No wife yet?
No, that was in 1955. And then we stayed in Germany. Then I came back to Fort Campbell, Kentucky. There. And I was stationed at Fort Campbell, Kentucky for a few years. And that's when I was going on passes back to St. Louis, to Fort Campbell, Kentucky. And then that's when I met Josie, my future wife. And in 1959, I was still stationed at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. And then that's when we got married in December the 19th, 1955. I think we got married in St. Louis. Not a big wedding. We just got married at the little courthouse. And I was stationed there in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. And during the Cuba crisis, in 1958, 59, And Castro overthrew the government. Prior to him overthrowing the government, they were recruiting soldiers from our unit at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, to go and join Castro's revolution against Batista. And this was all back in 1958, 59, before the revolution. Now, there wasn't common knowledge, but people, you could enlist, you could volunteer to go and help Castro to overthrow the government. And we had a few guys in our unit to join. They call it the fifth column. So for some reason, and that was, that was a secret thing there. And so they went to help Castro overthrow Batista. I don't know what happened, if it happened to those guys. Sometimes they said that they stayed in the Castro army and became, officers in the Cuban army, and some of them came back to America. And I remember we flew over the unit. I was attached to the 101st Airborne Division at that time, and I remember we had to pack all our bags one Friday, and then we put us on an airplane and we flew all the way to Cuba, to Puerto Rico. We flew over Cuba, and we landed in Puerto Rico on a place called Roosevelt's Road Island, right on the beach. And we stayed there for about a week, just to show a force. We didn't fight. We didn't have any combat engagement, but it was just a show of force for some reason. I don't know what. Back in those days, things were going on. A lot of things you don't know what was going on, why and when. But we stayed there for about a week. We didn't do anything, just lay on the beach. We kicked back for about a week, and then we got back on the airplane and flew back to Fort Campbell, Kentucky, unpacked our bags, and continued to march, doing the same old thing. And that was in 1959, later. And then after that, I went to Germany, back to Germany. No, went to Korea. Went back to Korea. And that was after 1960. 1961, went to Korea.
Peace times.
Yeah. 1960, 61, I went to Korea. And stayed in Korea for about 12 months, 13, 14 months, something like that.
What rank were you?
I was a sergeant. I was a E5 sergeant. Couldn't make any rank. Back in those days, rank was frozen. They weren't promoting anybody because they didn't have any positions. On the time you got promoted, if somebody got reduced in rank, then you could get promoted. Mm-hmm. And so I was there in Korea. And then I remember while I was in Korea, Josie got sick back in St. Louis. And I came back on emergency leave to see Josie. And she was sick. And then I went back to Korea. And then stayed in Korea for about 13 or 14 months, and came back to the States. And I'm trying to remember when I came back to the States, I was stationed. Oh, what happened? Yeah, I was in Korea. In Korea, and while I was in Korea, and this was in 1961 and 62, I was assigned to the 13th Combat Engineer Battalion in the 7th Division, 7th Infantry Division at Camp Casey, Korea. And then, for some reason, I was identified to be on the secret team. They call it ADM team, Atomic Demolitions Munitions team. And this was in 1961, 62. 1962. Now, what I'm going to tell you, it was secret back in those days and classified, and a lot of people still don't believe it today. I'm telling about it, but I got paperwork to show you and prove it. It was only 6 of us, and we had an atomic bomb. It was equivalent to 12 KT, equivalent to 12,000 pounds of TNT. you know, and it was classified. It was only back in those days. It was only about 3 teams in the whole: a French team, American team, and a British team. And they called us commandos. I didn't know this at the time. After it was over, I turned out, but they called us the ADM team commandos. And how the way I was chosen, I have no idea. I mean, one day they told me that I was selected to be on this classified team, and it was a good opportunity for advancement and stuff like that, you know. And I was going to school at night too, in the evening, to learn how to speak Korean, and I think that's why I was identified, you know, because I was trying to make something of myself, I guess. And so I had to fill out this form, and I didn't indicate on the form that I had been court-martialed in the Army. And I didn't realize, I'll show you how stupid I was, I didn't realize that I had been court-martialed. It goes back, shame to say it, but you see, when I fill out the form, and I said, had I ever been charged with a crime? Court-martial said, no, I had never. And I didn't think I had ever. And so when I submitted it, then about a week later, these 2 guys came down to the unit in Korea, and they had, you know, civilian clothes, and they had to pull out the badge, and they showed me the badge, and they had to talk to me, and they started reading my rights. You know, I have a right to remain silent, and anything I say can use against me as a court of law, and blank, blank, blank. And I said, wait, what's going on? And he said, I falsified a document. I said, what you mean? I haven't falsified shit. He said, you indicated that you had never been court-martialed in the Army, and you had. And I said, I've never been court-martialed in the Army. I said, I don't know what you're talking about. And he put on a record. He said in 1951, in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, in 1951 in Camp McCoy, Wisconsin, that you were AWOL for 2 days. You had went on a pass from Camp McCoy, Wisconsin to St. Louis on a weekend pass, and you were supposed to be back Monday morning, and you did not get back until Tuesday morning. So, so I was considered to be 2 days absent, Monday, but I got back Tuesday morning. So I was absent one day, but they called Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 3 days. All those Saturday and Sunday were off. And this was back in 1951. Now, see, this was all black unit then. The 101 officer was white, battalion commander. And everybody else was black. And I remember, back in that day when I got back, I did go to St. Louis. I was only 17 years old. And I got back one day late. And I remember when I coming back in the gate, they had MPs to check your pass, and they looked and said, you're AWOL, you've been AWOL. And I said, I'm just 1 day late. I was supposed to be back yesterday, but I'm back late. And he said, we're going to call your commander. And so they kept me in the office, called my commander to come and pick me up. And of course, he was black, everybody was black. And then he picked me up, and we walked back. He drove, and he walked me back, all the way back to the unit, you know. And as we was walking, he was just chewing my butt out, you know, what a terrible soldier I was, blank, 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 and I did this. And I was confused. I didn't know. I said, well, I was just 1 day late because I missed the train. You know, I wasn't aware it was that serious, you know. And then he said, well, you know, they're going to prefer charges. And back in those days, it was just hard for black soldiers, you know. They didn't give you no breaks, you know. And I think sometimes they wouldn't give you a breaks because they want to prove to the upper echelon, to the white man, that they were going to be rough on the black soldiers too, because he was black over you, so they're going to make an example of you. That's what I thought. And so I got back to the unit, and then next day, the black major called me in. He was a executive officer of the battalion, and a big black officer, a major, and he called me in and started reading rights and everything. And I didn't know that it was a court-martial. I thought it was just punishment, Article 15, for, conduct, disorderly conduct. But in the paper, it was a summary court-martial, and that's actually a federal offense. A summary court. You see, got 3 court-martials in the Army: summary, special, and general court-martial. He gave me a summary court-martial, and he gave me 30 days of confinement 30 days, 30 days of, how you put it? 30 days of hard labor without confinement. That's what it was. Mm. He sentenced me to 30 days of hard labor without confinement. And so what that meant, I was assigned to the kitchen for 30 days for hard labor, working in the kitchen, scrubbing pots and pans for 30 days, and that was the punishment for being absent one day. But it was on my record as a summary court-martial. And I didn't know, I was 17 years old, uneducated, and it was on my records. And I just did work in the kitchen, for punishment, and that was it. And then years later, after I had made sergeant, and they, looked back and they was going to court-martial me again for making a false statement, And I said, I didn't even know I was court-martialed. He said, then he explained to me I was. And so they helped me out. He said, you got to make a statement. I had to write a statement. The guy showed me to write a statement that I didn't know and explain the circumstances. At that time it was segregated army, it was all black unit. And I didn't know about the Uniform Code of Military Justice at the time. And so they requested a waiver for that, and a waiver was approved. And then that's how I became a member of the ADM team, And I just still couldn't believe that they did me that way, But, I ran across that a lot of times, when the black is in charge of you over there, well, sometimes they're going to be harder on you than they are the white soldier, because they want to make the top echelon feel that they're going to, do the job. They're going to punish you worse than they punish a white soldier. Of course, that was a segregated army back then. We didn't have any white soldiers in our unit. Yeah. But anyway, I was on that team, and then I hate to think about the bad things that happened simply because of my color of my skin, but that's what it was. I can't not deny it. You got to get around it. A lot of people say you always talk about the bad things. Well, that goes with the good things. There's a lot of good things happen too, but I'm not going to forget about the bad things. Some of my family members tell me that all the time. So you always bring up black or white. I said, no. I said, I can't help that because I lived through those things. You didn't. You lived in the integrated school all your life and integrated neighborhood, but I didn't. My experience is much different from yours. You have to understand that, But a lot of my close friends and my family, said, tell me that, you shouldn't, you're always black or white. I said, I don't mean it that way.
It's just truth.
It's a fact.
It's just truth, yeah.
And some people want to forget it, but I can't do that.
Right.
Anyway.
That's what Ron DeSantis wants.
Yeah. What happened?
That's what Ron DeSantis wants. He wants all the history.
Exactly. But anyway, and in that unit, I had a couple of incidents where I had some confrontations with a guy. I had made, I was a sergeant. I was a squad leader. And I remember this guy was in my squad, and he didn't want to be in my squad. And in the morning, it was about 5:30, we would get in the morning and go out and have formation for the day before we go to practice. And it was still dark, at 5:30 in the morning. And this one morning, we fell out in formation, and this guy that was supposed to be in my squad, he wasn't there. He was over in another platoon. And I looked, I said, what is he doing over there, He had just moved out of my squad. And so the platoon sergeant dismissed us, and they went on a chow, and I dismissed my squad. And I waited, and it was out. We had a basketball court outside and on the quad ring where we was having a formation. And so when they dismissed him, I called the guy and I said, hey, what? I think his name was Gregory, I think. I said, Gregory, I said, just a moment, I want to talk to you. And he said, yeah, he was a tall, lanky guy. And I said, what are you doing over here? I said, you're in my squad. You're supposed to, you can't just move out of my squad. And he told me he could not take orders from a colored man. He said, he's not going to do it. He said, all his life, you know, his dad, we worked colored people down in Georgia. And he said, I'm not taking any orders from you. And that hurt me to my heart. It hurt me to my heart. And I thought I had been through it. I had been in the war. It was after the war now. He telling me this shit. So I kind of talked to him a little bit. And I tried to wait till everybody cleared the quadrangle, and they did. Just he and I was standing there. And I provoked him, you know, and I grabbed him in the chest, you know, tried to make him swing at me or something like that. And he wouldn't. He just kept saying, our God. And he said, you a nigger? He said, I don't take any orders from no niggers. And I knocked the shit out of him. And I didn't mean to do it, but I hit him. And he started running. And me, like a damn fool, I'm running behind him, hitting him. And he ran into the office, and he got caught in the screen door. I was stupid, crazy too. And he couldn't get out, and I was, you know, I was a boxer. You know, so I punched him a few times, you know, boom, 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 boom. And then I left and went on up to the kitchen. He went in the office, and I'm sitting at the table in the kitchen, eating. And I saw him, came in with another guy, sergeant. He was over there talking to the company commander. And he looked over at me, and I just pretended like I was eating. I didn't look up. I was with the other sergeants eating. And then after he got through, he left out. And then I got ready to leave. And the captain, he was sitting there, he called me, he said, hey, Sergeant Bell, come over here. How you doing? He said, hey, have a seat there. He said, hey. He said, you really licked him, didn't you? I said, what you talking about, sir? He said, boy, you gave him a good licking. And I said, I didn't do anything to him. I said, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, oh, you talking about Gregory? I said, I'll talk to him. I said, I didn't hit him anything. He said, you did? You sure you didn't hit him? I said, hell no, I wouldn't do that. I told him, because I know, you know, he was trying to say if I hit him, he was trying to like being my friend. But you really gave him they can, you know, laugh about it. I said, no, sir, I didn't. And I never admitted it. And then from that day on, you know, I never admit it, you know. And he stayed, he didn't ever come back in my squad. They just transferred him over there, you know. But that same officer that I didn't know, and I had put in to go to Korean language school back in California, to Monterey, California. And it came back approved for me to go with a reporting date. And I didn't know it. And the commander got the orders for approval, and he wrote on there that he had interviewed Sergeant Bell, and Sergeant Bell had declined to attend the school at this time. And he sent it back up there. And I didn't know this. I didn't know all this. And then when I got to rotate to the States, and I came back to the United States.
From Germany?
From Korea.
Oh, from Korea.
From Korea. And then while I was home, back in those days, you carried your orders with you. You know, you transferred with your orders with you. And I was just looking through all my orders paperwork, and I looked on there where I was assigned to Monterey, California, to go to Defense Language Institute. That's what they call it. Defense Language Institute, to learn Korean. And then the endorsement on there that the captain so-and-so had interviewed me, and at that time I had declined to attend, and signed his name. You know, he could do that, but the only thing, he didn't interview me, and I didn't decline it, not to go. And I'm there on 30-day vacation in St. Louis. See, and that's why, because I was waiting on orders. They didn't know where to send me, you know, because I had declined to go to California, so they was trying to figure out where should I go. And I read that, then I started making telephone calls to Washington, D.C. I said, you know, I want to go to Defense Language Institute. It was too late. That slot was taken. And then he told me that, however, since you got screwed and you're right in St. Louis, they could assign me right there in St. Louis if I want to be there. Right? I said, in St. Louis. You know, where? And he said, in the Mart building, downtown on 12th and Spruce. And I didn't even know they had Army station there, and the 80th station, they call it Armed Forces Examining Station in St. Louis on the 2nd floor at the Mart building. And I said, man, well, that sounds great. I'll be right at home, right in St. Louis. And I had, I was sergeant then. I think I had made E6. Yeah, I had made E6. And I said, well, damn, I'm pretty good. I'll stay here. Because I wasn't thinking about staying in no 30 years. I said, I can stay here. And if I get promoted again at E7, I could retire right here in St. Louis. That way I said, it's going to be okay. And so I said, I accepted it. So now you saw me right there in St. Louis. And it was great. I mean, I wasn't even in the Army. I mean, I wore civilian clothes because I was working at the 80th station. That's where the physical examination, they examine guys going in the Army. So only uniform I wore was a white smock, like medic smock, white thing, but my name tag and my stripe on there, though. And then, and there were a lot of demonstrations going on back in there against the war during that time. And we just got to go down, park there, go in the back door and go upstairs, the 2nd floor at the Armed Forces Examining Station. And what I was doing was, taking blood pressures, stand, and I was in charge of it, watching the guys, that was a soft job, for 12 months I was stationed there, I had it made, and we had it made. Boy, I tell you, one good thing about it, I remember, but it was just like civilian job, go to work in the morning, come in, no weekends, no duty. And then every time somebody came on orders to go to Vietnam, as Vietnam was hot then in '69, we would buy beer, a keg of beer from Anheuser-Busch right down there on Broadway, the brewery. And then one day we went down to buy some beer, and the guys, what was this occasion? And we said we had a guy going to Vietnam. And he said, just a moment. He came back. He said, look, guys don't have to buy nothing. He said, anytime you guys got anybody going to Vietnam, just let us know, and you come down and pick up a free keg of beer. And so we was getting a free keg of beer every 2 weeks. And then what we did with the keg of beer, we made arrangements with a bar right across the street from the Mart station downtown. We give them a keg as long as we come in there and drink free all the time, just show our ID card. And that worked out fine. So, and it was Michelob too, good beer, Michelob.
Wow.
And so every time we wanted beer, we just go over there and show our ID card and drink all the beer we wanted, and he filled it up, and that went on. I was there for only 12 months, so that was a good thing. And then I got orders. Back while I was stationed there, down there, that's when Edwina killed herself. That was in 1968. And that was, they said she killed herself. The detective talked to me, because I went there and he said they had no proof. It was indication that that Carl said that she was upset. She reached up in the closet and got the pistol out and put it to her head and shot her, killed herself. But it was just them two. So detective said, they couldn't prove otherwise, But anyway, yep, I remember that. I was there when we had the funeral and everything.
You were married at that point?
Huh?
You were married to Josie then?
Yeah. Yeah. Now we were living out on Goodfellas, in the government quarters. They had government quarters out there on Goodfellas and right across from the defense plant. And it was nice apartment, like a gated area.
Gated community?
Mm-hmm. Gated community, yeah. Yeah, and then from there I went to
What year you said that was? What year was that, Angel? That
1968.
1968.
Mm-hmm.
So Keith was about 5 years old.
Yeah, because he was born in 63. Okay, now let me just back up a little bit. Because, see, I kind of missed something. Oh, yeah. because when I left Korea in 1962, I was assigned to the Mart building down to Armor Board at Fort Knox, Kentucky in 1962. Yeah, in 1962, and that was a pretty good assignment too, because I didn't have to wear any combat gear, and and that's in 1962, and we were tested. And believe it or not, the AR-15, before the Army started buying it for combat. The weapon was being produced by Armalite Company. That's why they call it AR-15. Armalite Company was producing the AR-15 for the military to see if it was capable of being produced for the military. And we tested that weapon at Fort Knox, Kentucky. And the Army did not want to purchase it because it was, number one, it had pros and cons. Number one, the pros was that it was lightweight, and the bullets was lightweight, so you can carry more ammunition, and the soldiers could handle the gun much better. And it was semi-automatic or automatic. You can put the switch on, fire semi-automatic by each time you pull the trigger, squeeze the trigger, or fully automatic, push the button, and it'd be fully automatic. Just pull the trigger and just hold it. That's the difference. Yeah. But the Army, and the pros, the bullets were smaller, but the velocity of the bullets I think it was 5.56 millimeter round, which is small, but the velocity was so fast. When the bullet hits you, a human flesh, it would just tear the flesh off, break the bones, and come out the other side. It was devastating when it hit the target, because the bullet would tumble, And so the Army was hesitant to buy it because it said it was too, according to the Geneva Convention, they was thinking about that. Prior to that, all bullets that they fought in combat was what they call armor piercing. The bullet, when you fired, the bullet would just mushroom a little bit, but it just shoot and go and come out the other side. It wouldn't really devastate the human flesh. But they changed that. And so the Army said, well, they didn't want that gun to fall into the hands of the enemy because it was so devastating to the human being to use that. And so that went on for a while, I guess. They had, civilian engineers, to test it. And we used to test it. We would take the gun out. And this was all classified back in those days. I was a classified assignment. I didn't wear no name tag, no stripes. And I didn't know. I remember I used to go in this building, and the only thing I had a big desk, and I would just take the colonel out. I couldn't go in the building. I just had to go there and stick my face up in this place, and it would check my eyeballs, and that was, to identify me, I guess. And then I would go in, and I just had a little badge up there, just a number. And then I would get in the Jeep, take the colonel out to a place called Carpenter's Test Area. It was a classified area along the Ohio River in Fort Knox, Kentucky. And we would fire the weapon and shoot it, just try to destroy it, shoot it in the mud and everything. When you get through, throw it down, leave it there in the mud and everything. And 2 or 3 days, go back and check it, pick it up and see if it would work, And of course, they had civilian engineers who, checking how much damage caused. And it was reluctantly, the Army adopted it because it said that, it'd be beneficial for the Army to use this, but only the special ops is going to issue to the special ops in Vietnam. Vietnam was just beginning to get hot then, and they didn't want that weapon to fall into the hands of the Viet Cong, the guerrillas, because they would use it against American soldiers, And so, but they issued to the special ops, and somehow, through, a black marketing or whatever, the enemy started having them. So, so they were using them against American soldiers. And so They said, well, shit, let's just start issuing them to the whole United States Army. And so AR-15 become the M16. They started issuing to the Army, and then to the regular Army. And then eventually then they start, they sell them to the civilian AR-15. That's why today they call it AR type weapon, but it's Armalite. That was the company that made it. And then Army changed M16 rifle, M16. But with that AR, it don't mean automatic rifle. It means Armalite company that made it, But anyway, and just think about that. Now that they in the Army, they felt that it was too devastating to use against the enemy. And here you could bomb a civilian. It's unauthorized to hunt. You can't hunt with it because it's against the Army, against the American, hunting policy. You can't use it for hunting because it's too devastating.
They'll tear up the meat.
Yeah. But now, man, I tell you, it's crazy. That's why I say America. Bottom line in America is money. Bullshit talks and money walks. That's what it is. I mean, and that's why America is so great. Because if you got the know-how and the ingenuity and the smart, you can become rich. And only in America. That's why people from all over the world like to come to America because they know that's where it is. But that's the way it is. And if you understand that, then you play the system. If you want to become wealthy and successful, that's where it is. But anyway,
But the consequences could be bad.
I was there. Okay, getting back to me. I was only there for about 16 months. And Josie was there too in Fort Knox, Kentucky. And then that's when she got pregnant. Yep. And then I said, damn, I didn't want to stay. I could have stayed there and retired, because it was a nice unit. I mean, God dang it. 5 days a week. I didn't have any Army gear. The only Army gear I had was a helmet liner, for rain, and a poncho for rain. That was all. No Army gear, no field gear, I didn't have no rifle, no weapon, or nothing. I just destroyed the weapons. I'd pick up, just shoot them and throw them in the mud, and the civilian engineers would check them into, how much damage it was. I said, man, couldn't believe it. I mean, and I could have stayed there and retired, But, and then also, that was during the Cuban crisis. We were training some of the Cuban, that was but that was before then. Some of them was still there. But anyway, that's
Vietnam was hitting it.
Yeah, no, that was after Vietnam. It was in the 50s.
Oh.
The 60s. No, it was 59, 58. But anyway, back in Fort Knox in 62, that's when I decided, I said, I was E6 then. And I said, I'm not going to ever make any more rank here, probably. I didn't know that. I said, because it was a good assignment. I could stay here and probably make E7 and would couldn't go up to E9. And I had aspirations then to be at E9 because I had saw guys that were much dumber than me was E9s. And I said, God dang. I mean, these guys, some of them was dumb. I mean, white and black. And I said, how in the hell they'll make Sergeant Major, and I'm smarter than them and everything. And I said, well, I know if they could do it, I can too, And that's when I said, well, and I started doing reading about the Army and everything. And then I had this magazine about the Special Forces. The Special Forces recruiting, guys to be in the Special Forces, elite unit, the most elite unit in the Army. And the Presso Liber, that was a motto, the Oppresso Liber in Latin. That means to liberate the oppressed. And that was drawing card for me back in 1962 because a lot of racial tension was in America. The little girls down in Alabama got bombed up, at that time. A lot of things going on in the 60s. And I'm thinking, I said, that's a good, a wholesome thing to liberate the oppressed. But they didn't mean oppressed in the United States. But everybody else in other countries to liberate the oppressed. And today, it's the crest. I even got the crest downstairs and think, the Oppresso Liber in Latin, the oppresso liber. Even today, in all the special forces units, right here at Fort Campbell, Fort Carson,
Carson.
Colorado, Carson, the 10th Special Forces there, and they got the oppresso liber, you know, and the 7th Special Forces, all of, and the 5th Special Forces, and 3rd Special Forces, the oppresso liber. That's the thing they use. And they do all over the world. In a lot of secret missions, they go different places. They in Africa. They've been in Africa for years. Off North Africa, all up Central Africa, you know, in Europe, and South America, and Central America. They all over, special units. They used to have what they call 12-man teams, you know. And so I decided that was so interesting. So I volunteered to go to Special Forces. And then you had to take a test and everything. And back in those days, you had to be at least an E4 with 3 years of service to put in your application. That was the basic things. At least 3 years of service and at least a E4. And so when I met those qualifications, but you had to take a written test and other tests, physical tests, and then go to airborne school, jump school, and learn how to jump out of airplanes. And I went through that. And then I went to airborne school, and I was in 63. And then I was assigned to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, in the 7th Special Forces. And that's when, and Keith was pregnant. You know, I mean, Josie was pregnant then. And then in November, I don't know, I remember the exact date, I think around the 20th or 22nd of November, I was at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And I had gone through, they sent me, prior to that, I had gone to medical school at Fort Sam Houston, Texas, in the Special Forces, what they call, I went to a special course called a Special Forces Aidments course to learn how to do emergency operations, you know, in the human body. In case of combat, you know, you got to learn how to do extraction, debridement, and analyzing and
Stopping blood flow.
Pardon?
You have to stop blood flow.
Oh yeah, basic stuff, you know, but also doing debridement and operations on just removing shrapnel and stuff like that, and using different, I forgot the name of this medical stuff that we use to put a person under, you know, to perform an operation and stuff like that. A lot of training. Then we had trained on dogs and goats, you know, which is sad. And that was classified because wasn't supposed, you know, we would, you know, they would shoot the dog, would shoot the goat, and we had to retrieve the lead, the bullets, and sew them up, and wound them, and debridement, and things like that. You know, there was a medical course, you know, because there was no doctors on the team when you're going out, you know. So if somebody get hurt, you had to do it until you can evacuate them to the hospital. But anyway, I went through all that, then went back to Fort Bragg, and then I never did use that stuff. I went through a lot of training, and then after that, then I went to Fort Campbell, Kentucky for 3 months, still in the Special Forces. This was all part of the training. And I didn't wear any uniform, didn't wear any stripes. I just had my name tag because it was classified. And I was assigned to a doctor, and I worked hand in hand with a doctor at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. And I just wore a medical smock along with the doctor. And they in the hospital, you know, it was about 5 of us. And they thought we were doctors too, but we weren't not doctors. We were just Special Forces aidmen. And the doctor, we was on the job training with the doctor. And the doctor, what he was doing, he would always tell us what he's doing. You know, we would like putting catheters in people, performing debridement, you know, cutting skin away and stuff like that, helping in autopsies on dead bodies and stuff like that, you know. And we went through all that training. That was part of the training. And I was there in August the 28th, 1963. And Josie was in St. Louis, and she came to stay there at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, while I was going through that training with a friend of mine and his wife. And she was almost, you know, pregnant, really pregnant. That was in August. And that's in September. She came and stayed for about 2 or 3 weeks. But during August, I was in the hospital working, and that's when we had the March on Washington. And I told you about that before, you know, when the Martin Luther King gave his I Have a Dream speech. You know, they played it again yesterday. It was anniversary. But anyway, that brought back a lot of memories, you know, and in the hospital, just, you know, little things like that. And I remember, you know, everybody's giving their speeches and everything, and everybody clapped, you know, what's over with. But at the end of the performance, this white minister got up to give the benediction, you know, after it was all over. And after the benediction, you know, everybody leave. It was quiet. And so this white guy was there, and he saw, and I'll never forget it. He said, "My God, you see that?" He said, "They didn't even clap for him." I looked at my dad.
He didn't know the difference between the benediction
I
and
said, you know, I told him, I said, "Have you ever heard people clap, you know, when somebody give the benediction?" I said, "You must have never been to a church or anything." I said, "You don't clap for that." I said, "You clap after the speech." I said, "Everything's quiet. It's over. You know, that's over. You know, you don't, hey, benediction, that's over." And he didn't know, but he was said, "My God, you see that? They didn't even clap for him because he was white." You know, I said, "Oh, I tell you, isn't that crazy?" That's what he that knows not and knows not is a motherfucking fool. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to avoid him, you know, please avoid him. But anyway, that's the way it is. But
Well,
anyway.
Was Fort Kentucky, Fort Campbell, Kentucky, is that where they...
That was in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. I was stationed in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, but the march was in Washington, D.C.
Right, but I mean, is that the same place where that person wouldn't give you a beer or wouldn't sell you a beer?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was the same place. That was years before. That was before I got married, because that was my second time at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. In 1950, and when I first came back from Germany, before I got married, in 1955 or 56, I was stationed at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, also, when I got back from Germany. And a famous general was the commanding general of the 101st Airborne Division at that time. He was a 2-star general. At that time, he was the youngest general in the Army. And I remember on post at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, they had a American Legion club there on post. And I remember one Saturday, I went there to buy some beer to take out because I wasn't a member of the club. You had to join. And the guy told me that he couldn't sell me a 6-pack of beer because I had to be a member. And I said, "Okay, I'd like to be a member." And he gave me an application. He said, "But you got to take and sign it up and bring it back, and then they have a board." And I said, "Okay, no problem." But I said, "I still like to get the 6-pack of beer." He said, "I'm sorry, I can't sell you beer until you become a member." I said, "Okay." So that was all right. But it upset me so bad because I saw what really got me. This was in the late 50s. They had these Korean girls in there working as waitresses, you know. And now for some reason, now I had been in the war, you know, now you got these Korean girls in there working and drinking and having fun, you know, other guys. And I can't go in there because I was all white on post.
Oh.
You know, there was no blacks in there, all white, you know. And then I found out that, you know, they didn't want any blacks in there, so that's why they gave the application. And I gave them the application. I come back the next Saturday to see, and they didn't have the application. They couldn't find it, you know. And that upset me. And me and Swanson, remember the guy's name, we complained about it. We went to the division headquarters that Saturday afternoon. And the sergeant major was there. And he said, "What can I do for you guys, Sergeant?" And I told him, Sergeant Bell. And Sergeant Swanson, I said, "We tried to buy a beer. I joined the club here on Fort Campbell with the American Legion, and they won't even sell us a beer. We had to be a member." He said, "Where?" I said, "Here."
On post.
On post. And the general overheard the conversation, and he said, "What's going on out there, Sergeant Major?" And he said, "We got 2 young sergeants out here saying that they want to buy a beer at the American Legion, and they wouldn't sell them." He said, "What?" And he came out. General Westford, and that scared the shit out of me. Because 2-star general came out and standing up. He said, "What's going on?" And we told him, he said, And he looked and he said, "Oh, you said you mean on post? You can't find me." And he said, "Where is it located?" And the sergeant major said, "It's at the American Legion." He said, "Sergeant Major," he said, "you take these two men back down there, and I want you to call the MPs and go down there and close that goddamn place up right now." He said, "But before you do that, have buy two." How much beer you guys want? We told 6 pack. He said, "Buy two, get these and 6 packs of beer and close and put a lock on the door today."
Wow.
Said, "Yes, sir." And he called the MPs, and the MPs took him down there. We followed the MPs down there in the Jeep, and they took everybody out of there, told them to get out of there, close it up. First they bought the beer, second brought it back out, and then they locked it, closed it up. And the girls said, "What's the matter?" And the guy, the manager was there and said, "What's going on?" And he said, the orders from the general was closed, and they closed it up that day, and they never did reopen it while I was there. You know, he said he couldn't. They said he couldn't believe it. They had a segregated club on. It was in the 50s, American Legion at that. He said, "Nowhere in the hell." They didn't know about it.
This was a black general?
Huh?
Was it a black general?
No, he's white. He was white. General Westmoreland. William Westmoreland. They didn't have any black generals back in those days. Of one. Yeah, they did have one. They had a couple of them. Not an army, though. They had one in the army. But
and he shut that thing down the same day. That was the first time you went to Fort Campbell, Kentucky.
Yeah.
In 55.
Yeah, that was something. And it had to be in 1958.
58.
But anyway, now I've got all off track now.
So you go back to where you were in Fort Campbell, Kentucky when you were married with Aunt Josie.
Oh yeah, in Fort Knox, and I went to Special Forces.
Yeah.
And what a lot of guys see, that was strange because all my career I was in a combat engineer. And then when I went to Special Forces, see, back in those days they train you in 3 specialties, what they call it, military occupational specialties. You probably heard guys refer to MOS. What is your MOS? That means military occupational military occupational
specialty.
Specialties, yeah. And so I was trained I was already a combat engineer. I was an expert in explosives. You know, dynamite, TNT, armor, nitrate. That was my thing. I could blow up. I mean, I could take human waste and make a bomb. I'm not kidding.
Really?
I'm not. Oh yeah. They taught us. I mean, back in there. I mean, probably now it's not secret, but I can take human waste, put it in a bucket, and accumulate enough human waste, and matches. And matches, the top of the matches is sulfur, and all that nitrogen in that human waste. Let that accumulate, and I'll make enough explosive in that bomb to blow this house off away. Yeah, but it took time. But anyway, I was expert at demolitions, blasting caps, and all that. I knew that stuff because I was uneducated, but I knew the FM 5-25, which is explosive and demolitions. I knew from the front page to the back page. I studied that. I read that, and I kept it in my head all the time. And I knew what I was doing when I went out on the mission to blow something up, to destroy somebody. I knew what I was doing. I mean, all the way down to everything, to the caps. I mean, electrical caps, non-electrical caps. I knew I was that. I knew that, you know. And it's important to know my finer details and everything. But anyway, and then in November.
Wait a minute. What was your third MOS? You had demolition. Pardon? You had 3 things. Demolition.
Oh, demolitions. Demolitions include explosives and demolitions. Okay. And then the second was weapons, weapons. And the third was medics. And I had just completed Special Forces Aidment course, they call it officially, Special Forces Aidment. I got certificates downstairs at Fort Sam, Houston, Texas. Special Forces Aidment course, and so they try to train each member on the team, 12-man team, in 3 occupational specialties, That's why they call it special. You're supposed to special forces. You got to be able to function, in a small 12-man team in a foreign country. And then they tutored you in different languages wherever you were going. In Africa, South Africa, not South Africa, but Middle East, Zambia, Mali, Zimbabwe, in Central America, Panama. They try to tutor you in that, and they try to get somebody on the team that speak that language. And then, if you were going on a mission, you could sign up for the mission in the orderly room, and then you go into what they call mission training for 2 months. It would be classified, and they would tutor you in that language. Basic, conversation like, I'm hungry, where are you going? Come here, sit down, where, and stuff like that. And then I was trained in that, and then it was good training, and then little things happened, that I understand now why. I remember it was only 3 of us, black guys, in our group that was going through the training. Sergeant Green, Sergeant Frazier, and Sergeant Bell, and the rest of them all white, and a few Hispanics out of about, I'll say, our unit was about 120. So, but I went through school, all the school and everything, and I remember we was back at Fort Bragg, and they were having training and different lectures, and and when coming back from Fort Bragg, I don't like to bring up the race and stuff, but when things happened, it happened. And we was driving back from Fort Sam, Houston, Texas, and I was married there, but my wife was in St. Louis, because I was trying to speak something, better for me and my family. I didn't. In fact, I was even hesitant to get Josie pregnant, because I didn't want to bring Keith, my son, into a world was so screwed up with segregation and stuff. I felt that way. It was just so difficult for me, and I didn't want to bring any children into the world like this world. That's why I felt, But anyway, after graduating from school down at Fort Sam, Houston, Texas, me, the Frazier, and the Green, and myself, we were driving back to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and I was driving. I had the old Falcon car at that time, and we didn't even have air conditioning. I remember they had portable air conditioning you could buy back in those days and hook up, and we had old shorts, T-shirts, because it was hot, man. It was hot. It had to be around in, I guess, July. And then coming back through South Carolina, going to North Carolina, and man, it was a roadblock. We stopped, and I said, "Oh shit!" And they had the roadblock, and these policemen were sitting on the cars with shotguns and stuff like that. Wait, and I said, "Oh shit, man!" And he said, "Get out of the goddamn car!" I stopped, I had hands up, and man, lucky I'm here today, because my wallet was laying on the floorboard, because it was hot, and I was sitting in my pocket, and I had it laying on the floorboard. And so, and when he stopped, he said, "Get out of the car." So I reached down to, to get my wallet, and then all them pulled his shotgun up, and I said, "Oh, I'm just getting my wallet." He said, "Get out of the car." We all got out of the car. I said, "Open the trunk." And he popped the trunk open, and they looked, and he said, "Oh, you soldier boys, huh?" And I said, "Yes, sir." Back in those days, you know the story. You don't say, "Yeah," like that, because it'll blow your ass away and say, "Oh, them niggas tried to, had a gun or something." I knew, I saw that. I said, "Yes, sir, we're going back to Fort Bragg," They said, "Oh, yeah." And the guy said, "Oh, these soldier boys." I said, "Where you guys going?" I said, "We're going to Fort Bragg." He said, "Okay." He said, and I said, "What's the problem, officer?" He said, "None of your business. Get out of here." I said, "Yes, sir." Got in the car, and we took on off, Came over back, I said, "Whoa." that was a shock. That's what it was, And we drove on back to Fort Bragg. That kind of, that didn't bother me, because I was kind of used to that.
I thought you were going to tell me
Fort Bragg, and oh yeah, back up when I was down before we left Fort Sam, Houston, Texas. That's where we was taking our training. After we graduated, the sergeant was in charge of our group, While we was down there, we jumped out of airplanes too, because they would fly a plane all the way from Fort Bragg down to Fort Sam Houston, Texas, and it was what they call an old World War II C-46 airplane that the guy used in the Second World War, and we would shoot up and we would jump, parachute jump down in a place called St. Marcus, Texas, just for training, and we kept so we keep our qualification, because we got extra money for being paratroopers.
Oh.
Back in those days, they paid you $55 extra a month to be a paratrooper. And since I was a demolition, I was getting a lot. I was getting $55 a month for being a paratrooper, and also $55 a month to be an explosive expert. So, and then I was getting 2 specialty pays, they call it. And then after that, then they come in with what's called a proficiency test. And if you pass that, so I was getting 3 specialty pays on top of my regular pays. So it was pretty good, but I already earned it. But anyway, and then after we got back to Fort Bragg, and then we was in class at the time, and we sitting there, me and we segregate ourselves, me, Green, and Frazier and myself. We just sitting there, and Green had been in the Marine Corps for 3 months. He was a little older. He was a rough guy, boy, rough. And Frazier was kind of okay, good guy, and me, Sergeant Bell, And I remember we were sitting back in the class, and this white sergeant was giving a talk about policies and stuff, and then he stopped and looked back, and we were the only blacks in there. And then he stopped, and he said, wait. He said, oh, before I go any further, I want you 3 guys to get up and get out of here, because I got something, I don't want you to be hearing this. And I looked around, and I said, what the hell is he talking to? And then this great big old black captain was standing in the back. I'll never forget him, Captain Swenson. He had a scar from here all the way down in his face, like somebody had cut it from here all the way down.
Mm.
And I didn't move. I said, what the fuck you talking about? I'm not going to get out here. And he said, you heard me. He said, you guys get up and get out of here. And then Captain Swenson walked up. He said, God damn it. You heard the man. Get up and get your asses out of here right now. And I said, oh, shit. And the guy was big, like a big football player. I thought, oh, shit. I mean, he was big building, so we got up, went out, and we was confused. We stood outside on the grass, and we was, talking to ourselves, and man, what the hell's going on, Why this guy, we didn't know what was going on. We was confused. Put us out, And we was out there for about 20 minutes, and then the sergeant came out, and Carson brought us back in and told us he just wanted to see, and it was part of the class. I didn't know that, to see what our reaction would be, because it was a psychological thing they were testing to see how would we react to discrimination and stuff like that, because in the special forces, you're going to be on a team with only 12 men, and you got to face it. Most of the men, 12-man team, it comes from different all walks of life. And I found out the majority of them are from southern states, for some reason. And so they might accidentally, use the word nigger or something like that. But that's not important. He said the important thing is the motto is to the oppressor liber, to liberate the oppressed people of the mission, whatever we're going to do in whatever country we are. So that might slip out, but they don't mean it. That don't mean nothing. The bottom line, the number priority is accomplishing the mission. But I couldn't understand that back in those days. That word, that stayed on me, And that was, we went through other training, and I went through what they call the Advanced Medical Research Lab, what they call better known as Dog Lab. Because we worked on dogs, the breed mount operations on dogs, anesthetize them, and put them to sleep and operate on them and bring them back, stuff like that. And that went on, and everything was going okay, and then Josie was pregnant, in October. I mean, gave birth in October. And then I went to St. Louis for the birth, you know, and she was at South St. Louis Hospital, St. Joseph's Hospital in South St. Louis. And back in those days, Keith probably was the first black baby born there in that hospital in South St. Louis. And I remember I went to see Josie and see Keith and coming walking back down the hallway, and these two white guys walking in front of me, and they didn't know I was behind him. And one guy said, "By God, did you see that nigger in there? That nigger baby?" And the guy said, "Oh, he just said nigger." They said a colored baby. He said, "Did you see that colored baby in there?" And the guy said, "Yeah, by God, they're all over the place nowadays." And I said, "Well, and he was you know, I mean, things like that. It wasn't nothing negative. It
just wasn't used to it.
Like it is. He said, "By God, they're all over the place nowadays." And I said, "Dang, man!" And I thought about that. Now here I am. I'm supposed to be in a special forces to liberate the oppressed. I was just confused. And then I went back to Fort Bragg, went back to my unit. That was in October. Still doing, you know. Then I tried to put in for quarters, you know, to bring Josie and Keith there at Fort Bragg to be with me. I couldn't get adequate housing because, you know, the town was segregated, and places that they want to rent was in terrible, in ghetto type. I'm bad, and I couldn't get quarters on post. They said they weren't available, and I said, "Damn." You know, and at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, I had quarters on post, but there I couldn't get quarters on post. But that was in '63. I'm talking about when I was at Fort Bragg, and it was later. You know, I mean, still couldn't get quarters there. And then on that Friday afternoon, I went to lunch, and I can't never forget that. Come back from lunch, out of the, I'm gonna move my chair because the sun is getting next to me here. Move over on this side. Hey, this is Kevin I'm talking to.
Why do you always leave your door open?
You crack it. Yeah. Crack it. Okay. Okay, good. Okay. Get on this side where the sun was getting to me. Okay, can you see me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just gonna move a little bit further. Man, I'm still going. Okay, and look at myself here. That was here. Come back. Sure. Okay, now. Okay, now. Okay, and then I was in Fort Bragg and came back from on Friday afternoon, about 11:30. Came back from lunch, and so I went into the barracks. And back in those days, you had what they call a squad bay, where all the troops out in the squad bay area, and then the sergeants had a room, and it was a room with two-man room, and so just me and another sergeant in the room. So I came back, and I was just laying across the bed, you know, waiting for 1 o'clock to go back to work, to go back to class. And then all at once, a lot of commotion was going on out in the squad bay. Guys jumping up, hollering, screaming, "Hey, by God, they finally got that nigger lover. They finally got that nigger lover." And I laid, I said, "What? Am I dreaming? What the hell I hear?" And I got up, they didn't know I was in the squad bay, and I came out. And I said, "What did you say?" And he said, oh, I didn't know you was in there, Sergeant Bill. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. And I said, "What nigger lover did they get?" You know? And the guy, all of them was looking. It's just one guy was saying it. And they were just looking. All of them was looking at him, you know. And I said, "What nigger lover did they get?" And the one guy said, "President Kennedy just got assassinated. Just got shot down in Texas." I said, "What?" And then the guy started, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, Sergeant Bill. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." I said, "Well, God dang." I said, "But you said it." I said, "You said it, man." I said, "Evidently you must have meant it." "No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." And all the other guys, they were just looking. They didn't, know what to say, And I said, "Well, I'll be damned."
You should have fired him. Could you fire him?
I couldn't fire him. I went to the company. Yeah, I tried. I went to the company commander. I took him down there and reported. I said, I said, "This man celebrating because president of the United States just got shot, assassinated. And the captain commander said, I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it, okay. And he didn't take care of it, you know.
Because he was racist too, probably.
Oh, and if I'm not mistaken, I think he was colored. He was a colored man, captain.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember that.
Hey, did Kennedy get assassinated before Dr. King?
Yeah. Oh, no, wait a minute. Yeah, absolutely. Because in the '63, that's when it was.
Okay.
And Martin Luther King was assassinated in '68.
Okay. Wow. So you just wake up out of your cot and the people out celebrating that he got killed.
Yeah, and then all that, then I just started thinking. I said, now here I am. I can't get quarters. Got a family in St. Louis. Can't get adequate quarters here. And then the things I had gone through, been stopped on the highway, with pointed guns at me. And then, and then Claire told me to get out of the class because, he didn't want, we had things we wanted to, as part of the training. And I just saw that just stayed on me. I said, maybe I'm in the wrong place. I said, I don't think I'll be able to function. Then this guy hollered, finally got that nigga lover. And we work small groups, you work in, 12-man groups, And I just started thinking, I said, damn, is everybody like this? That was in my mind. And then I come to the conclusion that 90%, I hate to say it, of the guys in the special forces are racist. I think some of them, they like to kill. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but that's my opinion. I said, for some reason, they got that evil thing in them. They want to hurt somebody. Or either maybe it's just so deep-rooted. Racism is so deep-rooted, it's hard to get out. Not all of them. Not all. I'm not painting the whole brush, but a large percentage of them, they feel that way. I think that's what my experiences. So I take weight on me.
So in your experience, you saw them shoot a grenade and kill some people on the bank of the river.
Oh yeah, that was after that. That was way after.
Way after.
This was in '63. It's still 1963.
Okay.
And then that's when I went to get out. I couldn't take it. I said I went to resign.
Oh.
I had to come to commander to get out of the special forces, and I had to go before a board. That was crazy. I had to go before a board. Normally go for a board to get in something, but I had to go for it to get out. And he asked me all kind of questions and stuff, and talking about the Black Panthers and all that, that I was familiar with the Black Panthers Party, that I know about them, and all this, because they figured, because I was well trained. I was expert in demolitions, trained as a medic and weapons, so I would have been an asset, to something, to units like that. And I had told them I knew about it, but I had no intention of doing anything like that. And then they asked me, since I had 3 occupational specialties, weapons, demolitions, and a medic. And so in my mind, I said, damn, I only got about 10 more years and I could retire. Well, I had less than 10 more years. I said I could retire in 20 years. So I think I'd take this to be a medic. Because they asked me, I could have been infantry, a combat engineer, a medic. And so I said, damn, the medic sound good, because I had went through the class and clean, wearing white smocks every day in the hospital. And so I said, I'd like to have the medical MOS. I said, okay. So they assigned me medic, and that's how I got to be a medic. And then they assigned me to Germany. And then when I signed in Germany, I never did work as a medic because I was always assigned to operations and training in the battalion, or in intelligence and training with classified documents, handling, custodian of classified documents. And they put me a custodian of classified documents in Germany. And I never did, I was assigned to a medical unit, but I was at the headquarters in charge of classified documents. And I didn't know it at the time, and it was the reason they put me there. And at the time, I didn't know it, but I was in that type of situation about 2 years. And then this guy, I would always be transferred one place. Josie was with me at the time, and Keith, and we transferred to one little area city, you know, and then to another city, and then back here. But everywhere we go, we always see this guy. You know, sometimes you get suspicious. This guy would be there. I see a guy, you know, in the commissary or in the store, and you know, he would always be around, you know. And everywhere I go, I said, damn. And then when we moved to Heilbronn, the little city in Heilbronn, and then he moved into the quarters, in the next stairwell in the apartment complex.
Wow.
And then I said, something going on, you know. So I went to ask him one day, and because he always wore civilian clothes, and I asked him, I said, are you? I said, everywhere I go, I always see you. I said, are you following me or something? I thought he was a communist or something, you know. Until I saw him moving to the quarters, and I said, well, he's got to be an American attached to the United States because he living in government quarters. And that's when I asked him, I said, are you following me or something? And he said, and he showed me his card. And he was from counterintelligence corps. And I had been under surveillance ever since I got out of special forces for a whole year. And he explained to me that that was part of the procedure once. Well, he didn't explain it to me. He just said that you've been under surveillance for the year. And he gave me his card. He said, and he gave me his address. He said, you go to this address and they explain to you, you know, why and the details of it. And I said, well, I'll be damned. And so I went the next day to this office, no name, on third floor, and I knocked on room 3 something. And I went in, and the guy was at the desk, and he showed me his badge and everything. And he told me to sit down, and I was scared. I said, oh, shit, I fucked up, you know, something. I thought I was going to end up in prison. And he explained to me that I had been under surveillance, different people, and that was procedures when you get out of special forces, and the training that I had, they had to watch me. That was part of the Department of Defense at the time, to see what I was going to do with the information that I had, you know, because at that time, in the 60s, the Afro-American Unity, you know, and the Black Panthers was always, you know, they thought I might be funneling information to join them out, training them or something, you know. And he said, but you said you passed the test. He said, you don't have to worry about it. You won't be under surveillance again. He said, but that's what it was. And I said, wow. But I had gotten gray hair from that, you know. My hair started turning gray from that shit. Yeah. And I remember that. And then after that.
Did you ever make rank? Were you still sergeant?
Pardon?
Did you ever make it to sergeant? You were still E7?
Yeah, I was E7 then. And then I came back, and I was E7 then. And then I came back from there, and that's when I was assigned to St. Louis. No, I was in 63, and I came back. Oh, yeah. I came back and I was assigned to where the hell did I go after that? Because I was in 60, 62, 63. Oh, I came back to States, and I was assigned to Fort Carson, Colorado. Yeah, and I was
But it wasn't Fort Carson. It was Camp Carson.
No. I came back. Yeah, it was Fort Carson. And then wait a minute, let me get it. Then I came back from Germany. Oh, that was a medic.
You're probably tired, Uncle Andrew. We can pick this up. You got to put some more eye drops in, pretty soon. We can pick this up tomorrow.
Oh, no, I got it. I'm almost through now. It's 4 o'clock.
Got to put some more drops in, huh?
No, I just put them in at 2. So I got to get it at 6. Let's see, I did it 10 every 4 hours.
Oh, 4 hours, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to wait till 6 o'clock.
3, 4, 5, 6. I got 6 o'clock.
Yeah, 6 o'clock.
Yeah. But anyway, oh, yeah. I left Van Bent. Yeah, we went to Germany. Yeah. And then I was stationed in Germany. And then we came back from Germany. And then after that, in I was stationed at the Mart building. Yeah, I got confused there.
So what happened?
Wait a minute, let's see. I came back from Germany. I got stationed in the Mart building, but that was after Korea. I got confused there. And when I got stationed, when I came back from Germany.
Because Keith was born, right?
Let me see, I didn't go back to Fort Campbell. I went to Fort Knox. And from Fort Knox, I went to Vietnam in 69.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, I went to Vietnam in 1969.
Because Keith would have been older, about 5 years old.
He was 3. Yeah, because he was born in 63.
Okay.
And he was 6 years old. He was 6. Yeah, because he was I was in Vietnam because I used to send cassette tapes back, to talking, back in those days they had little cassette tapes. I mean, real tape, And I remember I used to record and send them back, over how I was doing, in Vietnam. And he said he still got those. That's what Keith said. He said, because he remember when I was talking one time and he said, oh, I got to go, because he heard some bombs going off in the back. I remember he said getting, hit with mortars, boom, boom. And I remember that evening I said, I got to go. I said, close, talk to you later. I stopped because it was hitting us with mortars around.
I was thinking, hold on a sec.
And then 69. And then after that, I came back to Fort Campbell, to Fort Carson, Colorado. That was the first time in 1970. 1970, came back from Vietnam, and I was stationed at Fort Carson, Colorado, and I stayed there until 1975, and then went back to Germany, and Keith then went with me. Back to Germany, then came back when Josie got sick in 1979. Then we rotated back to America, came back to Fort Carson, and she was in the hospital at in Fort Carson, and then transferred to Fitzsimmons Hospital in Denver, and she passed away in Fitzsimmons in 1979, in April 1979. And I stayed at Fort Carson until 1981, and I retired. Fort Carson. 1981, retired from the military on August the 1st.
Now you made rank though somehow in between there.
I made sergeant major. I made sergeant major in Germany. Yeah, I made sergeant major in Germany, and when I made sergeant major,
was that hard to do?
Josie pinned the stripes on me because they had a formation, and the general came down and said that I was the best sergeant major. He wrote a big thing up and said that I was the best sergeant major in the United States Army and all that. And he said I should have been promoted long ago, blank, blank, blank. And they had a formation, and the helicopter brought him down there. And Josie, I got pictures of that. And I was in formation, and Josie pinned the stripe on me in formation, making me a sergeant major, in Germany.
Why didn't they give it to you earlier?
No, discrimination and racism stuff. I should have made it in Germany. And the reason I didn't make it in Germany is because the colonel said when I got there, I was an E7, and I should have been promoted to E8. But we had a new brigade commander that came in, and they reviewed your files, and I had moved up all the way up. They was promoting off the list. They had a promotion list. I was down about 9, and they promoted on that list in Germany, and I had moved all the way up to number 3. So I was going to be promoted within the next 2 months. And they got a new commander that came in, and he and he reviewed our records, and he moved me all the way back down to the bottom, and put these guys up front, you know. And he never talked to me, never did see me, but he had what's called administrative board. He just reviewed the records, and put me all the way back down the bottom. I wasn't satisfied. I complained about it. I even went to the IG's office. I went to the 7th Army IG's headquarters in Frankfurt, Germany, complained about it. And they said that they could not do anything because at that time, the brigade commander had the prerogative to promote who he wanted to promote at that time. And they couldn't do anything about it. And that was happening all over the Army at that time. And then subsequent to that, they discontinued that authority for group commanders, and they consolidated the rank from E8, to E9 and E8 at Washington D.C. For field grade sergeants, and then that's when I made it after they consolidated it, you know, to make E9, and then I made E8 there. I made E8. I was a sergeant, first sergeant, but I couldn't make the E9 because he said, and I complained about it. He said the reason being, he wouldn't even talk to me, the colonel, but the sergeant major of the group told me. He said the colonel said that the reason I didn't make it, he said, because I hadn't been in the medical corps long enough, you know, and that was true. However, I knew more about the medical corps than the other sergeants, but based on my career, I was a combat engineer and you know, special forces, and I wasn't serving as a medic for, you know, throughout my career, and that's why. But the other sergeants, they had been medics all the way, but I knew more about medics than they did about, you know, medical operations and organization than they had. But that didn't count. You know, he, in his opinion, you know, he wanted to promote the guys that was in the medical corps all the time.
Now, he's not the one that wanted you clean shaven or whatever.
Well, then after that, you know, I didn't make it, and then years after that, they put me review my records for sergeant major, and I had a mustache, you know, just a mustache. And one sergeant major told me, said, "I'm gonna tell you something." A white sergeant major told me. He said, Sergeant Bell, he said, "You know what?" He said, "I'll tell you something. You know, if you want to make sergeant major," he said, "you need to shave off your mustache and get a short haircut." He said, and then, you know, take another picture, because you had to take an official picture, photograph, and uniform, and put that in your record and send that back to the Pentagon and see, because he said the general at the Pentagon, he said he knows that general and he hates the man with a mustache. He said he likes to see a clean shaven person. He said that's just a rumor. He said, if I was you, I would do that. And that's what I did. You know, because I kept getting denied. So I said, I shaved off my mustache, got a haircut real short, and then about 6 months after that, submitted they reviewed my records, and then I came out on a list, you know, sergeant major, be promoted. And then I made sergeant major. Yeah.
That's the highest level.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I made sergeant major, and then I came to the States, and that's when Josie got sick. I was in Germany after I made sergeant major, and then I was assigned. I had a good outfit, good unit. I was in Medcom in Heidelberg, and was stationed there. And Keith was going to school there, and Josie got sick, and then she was medically evacuated to Fort Carson, and because she was sick, and then she ended up in the hospital here at Fort Carson, and then she transferred to Fitzsimmons, and she passed away. And that was in she passed away in 1979. And I was still at Fort Carson in the medical unit, and then I was transferred to the Inspector General's office, to IG's office. And I was in IG's office for 3 years, my last career, you know, and I retired out of the IG's office, Inspector General's office. I was an investigator for the Inspector General on non-criminal activities, and I had gone to the Pentagon, I think it was for 30 days for how to learn how to take interrogatories, questions and stuff like that, and come back, and then how to investigate, aberrations of Army regulations, not criminal. When you come up on a criminal situation, then you turn it over to the CID, which is the Criminal Investigation Department. But that was my job. And inspections and investigations. That's what I was assigned to. But anyway, that was the day. And I retired in 1981 as a sergeant major. And I was awarded the Legion of Merit. And I don't know, it's just something, they didn't pin it on me at the retirement ceremony. And General, they kept it. And after the ceremony was over, they mailed it to me. I don't know if it was a mix-up or what, and General Colin Powell, at that time, he was a two-star general. He was a one-star general, and he was in charge of our parade. I got pictures that he was the one that gave me my retirement certificate, but he didn't know this.
Oh.
Because he would have pinned the medal on me, but he didn't know I even had it. See, we gave me my retirement certificate. Shake of my hand. I got pictures of that on his back and on the parade. And I'm standing there, and he told me, he said, Sergeant Bell, he said, people like you, we need to keep an army. He said, I could fix that up for me if you want me to. See, back in those days, you can only stay up 30 days or 35 if the general requested.
Oh.
And I told him, I said, no, sir. I said, I put my time in. I'm ready to go. He said, I can fix it up for you if you want me to now. And I said, no, sir. I'm ready to go. He said, okay. Yeah, all right. And that was in August of 1981. And George came to the ceremony with June. He was still married to June then. And unfortunately, George was taking pictures, and he never did take any good pictures. This my brother. I tell you, he just the pictures.
Uh-oh. Something. And I think it's going to be great, to be able to play this back someday.
Yeah. I wish I could have done that. I wish I could have done it with my daddy, because he was in the First World War. I wish I could have always wanted. I wish I could have just sit down and talk to him, and put a little time that I knew him to tell me about, his experience in life and who his mother and father was. That's what really bugs me. I don't know who his dad was,
Mm.
And the only thing I can remember, he would always say that he was a Cherokee Indian, but that was, I didn't know. He didn't look black and he didn't look white, but he could pass for white and he could pass for black, because he was light skin with straight black hair, not a curl in it, straight black Indian hair, straight black hair, And his sister, and I met both of the sisters, Esteline and Aunt Josie, and they looked, Esteline, she really looked like an Indian. Oh, dang it, and Aunt Josie looked like she was white, she was a white woman. In fact, everybody thought she was white, because when she was taking care of Gloria and Regina, they thought she was a white lady. In fact, I was looking back at some of the reports that I was trying to do, when I was doing genealogy. I got a report back from Red Cross in St. Louis where Aunt Sugar had gone down to the trying to get some disability for Gloria and Edwina, and they had Aunt George, and they had them classified as white because they didn't see them; they just saw Aunt Sugar. See, and they just assumed that since she was white, they thought she was white. They'd say Gloria and Edwin and George are white, the racist white. I still got that in the report too, because I used to tease George about it all the time. I said, "Yeah, you white, But anyway, it's funny how things like that happen,
Right. I wonder, they're all gone now. You can't ask them now who their parents were, but
yeah, I know, but I tried to get genealogy. I paid a little sum of money, get that ancestry report, and they didn't they could only go back to 1910. And I knew that. I mean, what they did, they didn't, I mean, I already knew about. They just did and put it in a nice form and sent it back to me and charged me $3,800, I think. And that, you know, it kind of upset me, but, you know, they did put it in a nice form, you know, but I knew all that.
Was this
Research, I even contacted the state prison of Missouri, you know, and when he was sentenced, and they said they didn't keep records that go back that far in 1947. And that was, you know, to me, that was bullshit. I mean, but they said they didn't have any records of people going back that far then. But they did tell me this, and I never did follow up on it. He said I possibly could check with the sentencing court there in St. Louis, the judicial system there in St. Louis, when the trial was, and then maybe they would have a more detailed record of Daddy's background. And then I even wrote to the Department of Army, and they sent me, they got a big record of that back, I mean, of Daddy. And the only thing they know, when he entered the Army, on his draft record, and they had race, African. So I don't know. And that was in 1918, I think, in 1917. And I didn't realize back in those days, Native Americans were not classified as citizens. And I didn't know that. You know, isn't that something? They came about Native Americans, they were not citizens until 1924.
Wow, and they were here before everybody else.
Isn't that something?
That's crazy.
That's America, huh? I mean, they country, and they're not even citizens in their own country. So I think it was in 1920 or 1924 before they became citizens.
God.
So in the First World War was in 1917, so they didn't have to be going, they didn't draft it, they couldn't go in the Army. And said maybe, you know, maybe he was an Indian, you know, and maybe he didn't, you know, so he just put down the African. You know, he didn't want, you know, whites, but he was assigned to, it was segregated Army back in those days, black and white. You know, so I don't know. But I even wrote to
Ancestry DNA?
yeah, but I even wrote to the guy on television
oh, that one that had his own show. Black
yeah.
guy. I know who you're talking about. Light-skinned guy.
Professor Gates. Louis Gates. Professor Louis Gates. I even wrote him about 3 months ago for assistance. And I was shocked. He answered me. I could not believe it. Within 24 hours, within 2 days, he answered my email. I still got it. And he answered and explained to me that he could not do it because I wanted him to do the report. And he said he cannot do it because the program he's contract with is a program that they do just celebrities, you know. And they don't do it, you know. And that kind of upset me a little bit. He said, but he explained to me that there was a system, you know, using a program that they do celebrities, you know, in the organization. But he gave me some information. He said, there's only 2 places they would recommend that I track, and I'm going to do that. I have to keep putting it off, but I'm going to do it now. That I got the address, and I got his letter and everything. Ancestry in Massachusetts, he said that's more reliable. He said he would recommend that I contact them, you know, about my father, because I told him what I was trying to do, and he wished me good luck, you know, on my venture, on my success. Nice letter he wrote back. So I said, well, Professor Louis Gates from Harvard University. I said, nah, that is really neat. You know, he did answer right back within 3 or 4 days, I think.
Wow.
I'm going to follow up on that. But, you know, I was just curious. I just like to know. I mean, because to go back to 1910, and I have that census, and it just said that Daddy's brother was named Richard, and Andrew. They were living in East St. Louis, Illinois, and Richard was the head of household because he was older than Daddy. And the mother and father, I think her name was Salita, her mother's name, but they were classified as mulatto, you know, that's half white and half black, mulatto. They said race mulatto, and that's as far as they can go back, you know. That's the only record they had of it. You know, so I don't know. And then one thing, then I was reading another thing, and one of his brother, I think, had he had applied to be classified in the Cherokee Nation, and something happened. It didn't go through or something. But I don't want to say anything about that because I don't know. But anyway, I'm gonna follow up on that. Maybe they could do something to find out. But it looks like it should be able to nowadays. You know, some people say, "Oh, you're going to internet and do it." But bullshit. You know, only go back so far. And then I know I talked to one person, and I told you this before. I think the only way to get the DNA in my situation from my dad is to have his body exhumed and get his DNA, and it will tell you what his race is. And I checked that out. I figured that out. And you can't do that. And I even talked to the people in St. Louis where he's interned and talked to an attorney and all that. And what it would take, I have to make a contract with an undertaker. They have to get the body, they exhume the body. And then they have a lab there in St. Louis. They exhume the body and they can scrape the bone to get the DNA. And then they re-intern the body. He says it's done all the time, criminal investigations and stuff, you know, to get DNA and stuff like that. And he was buried in 1965, you know, when he passed away. He said it wouldn't be any problem, however, you know, it would cost to do that. And they couldn't give me a price. And I talked, you know, Babe Brother in St. Louis, you know, he's a big golfer and he, you know, associate with the golf, you know, or lawyers and stuff. And he's got a friend that's an attorney. And he told him about it. And so I called him, told him about it. And he said he would look into it, you know, if I wanted to, you know, and you know, give me a price, but I never just followed through because. And I talked to Brianna about it, and she said, you know, she would help. And George said he would help. You know, and I just dropped it, you know.
Because you know there's nobody gonna help.
Because they didn't help me with it. They're not interested. They said, well, and I paid the money, $38, and got copies, and said Brianna a copy, and said George copy, and George never read it. Because he would know what had really happened because it's all in there, you know. And I think Brianna sent hers to Danny. And then he said, like he did the research. That was the one that I sent Brianna. It's him. And I said, oh God, now what people or something.
They take credit like they did something.
And the first one I sent George, he said he never got it, you know. And then I went and had it you know, my money, you know, and had it redone, repressed, you know, paid and sent another copy, you know. But he got that one but when I went there to visit him, I saw it was laying right there. It had never been opened, right there on the table. He never read it. I said, but that's where it is. I guess, I don't know, you probably don't even have it anymore.
He left a bunch of stuff here at my house. Maybe I have it. He left a bunch of boxes of stuff right before we remodeled, and I don't know where they are. They should be downstairs in the room where his stuff is.
It might, because he would, you know, because he's got, you know.
When he first came to Denver, he had a bunch of stuff in his car, and he just brought it all in the house, you know.
Wow.
I was like, what is all this? This is just...
he got some. I wish he can get, I tell you. Oh, to back up where we left off when I retired, and he was taking those pictures, and he, you know, he had all that expensive cameras and stuff he bought. I thought he was really knowing what he was doing, you know, and shit. I still got the pictures. Some of them you can't hardly see, you know. And he even took pictures of, I remember when Keith and Juliet got married, they were going to hire a professional photographer. But then they thought, because George was into photography, and so he was going to do it. He said, you know, he'd come down and take the wedding pictures, and he took them. And he was kind of upset because none of them, I mean, I'm not lying, none of them came out clear. I mean, it was blurry. You couldn't see who it was. I don't know if he was drunk or what. You know? But it was sad. You know, they don't have any good pictures of their wedding at all. But it was, you know, and he had telescopes and all that, you know, sitting up like he was really and know what he's doing. But that's, you know, that's in the past. You know, you learn. You know, you can't do anything about that.
But you probably can get some pictures from the newspaper on the Colin Powell thing when Aunt Josie pinned that.
Okay, now I even see, and when he took pictures of Colin Powell, I thought that since Colin Powell was a general at Fort Carson, I thought the Public Information Office would have a record of that. That's what I thought, and I checked that out. And the sergeant investigated and everything, and they followed up on it and said they had no pictures of Colin Powell in charge of the retirement ceremony. I got pictures of it. I got pictures of Colin Powell, and it wasn't only me. It was the day we retired. It was about, I said it was about maybe about 10 of us, officers and sergeants, retired in a formation, was standing in single file. Colin Powell and Command Sergeant Major Cole was assisting him with the retirement certificates, and another captain. Usually 3 people, and he was walking up, and he talked to you, and you would sit you right there, salute, and go down the line. And George was taking those pictures, but he took the picture of the back of the holding column. He didn't move around the front and take a picture of sideways, recognize. You don't know who he is, But it was General Colin Powell, and I contacted post office, at Fort Carson Public Information Office, to see if they had a record of that. And they researched, and the guy called me back and said, researched, but he couldn't find anything on Colin Powell in charge of Bree in 1981, August 1981. That's a damn shame. And I can understand that, because he was a black general, And I remember when he was a black general, and I remember when he came here, they were talking about, the 3-star general that in Virginia, the rumor said the only reason he got promoted because of affirmative action, because he was a young guy, tall, handsome, young, and he said and black, the only reason he got promoted because of affirmative action. That was the rumor, That's a shame,
Mm-hmm.
But that's the way it was. Can you imagine that? What can you do? I got record of it. I told him that public information. I said, I got pictures of it. And I said, seemed like, and I know the guy, the official photographer was there taking pictures. I saw that. When something like that happened, they always run around with the big cameras and taking pictures and all that.
Yeah.
But he had no pictures, no record of it.
Was it not even in the microfiche, from the newspapers and stuff?
I don't know. I couldn't go out there and check. The guy checked. So I didn't even check. It took about 2 weeks, and in fact, they didn't do it. And I followed up on it even when I was.
How you got 2? Why you got 2 air things?
That's the portable right here. And I got the real one here. And see, when I was a grand marshal of the Veterans Parade 2 years ago in Colorado Springs. And then they did photography and photographs and all that. And then one of the guys from the Public Information Office from Fort Carson was there at the reception in the morning before the parade. Me and the mayor of Colorado Springs, the former mayor, he was a mayor then, Suthers, and we were sitting at the same table, just he and I and another old guy, and talking about, because he used to be my boss, Suthers, years ago when I was in corrections, when I was working in corrections, and he was a district attorney. He was a commissioner over community corrections at the time, and we was talking, and then I met the guy from Fort Carson would run around taking pictures, you know how they do it for photographers. And when he got through, I asked him, hey, I said, well, are you from Fort Carson? He said, yeah. He said, I'm Public Information Office. And I said, hey, you know what? I said, I've been trying to do something. I said, I wish if you see, since you work there, and he was a black guy. And I said, maybe you probably can help me. And I said, in 1981, I retired from Fort Carson. And Colin Powell was the general there. He was a 1-star general at that time. He was assistant division commander. And I said, he was in charge of our parade, and it was about 10 of us retired. A couple of colonels and sergeant majors retired. And he was presenting us time certificate and pictures. I said, I'm sure you guys probably got a record of that somewhere. He said, yeah, sure, they should have. He said, what I'll do, got my address, telephone number. He said, I'll check it out for you. He said, and I'll get back with you, Sergeant Major. He said, I will. He said, I sure will. And he never did.
Oh.
He never did. Then I followed up on it. I went out to Fort Carson and talked to the officer there. That guy wasn't there. And maybe he got transferred or something. And the white sergeant, he said he would check it out. And he said he did. About 2 weeks later, he called me and said, Sergeant Bell, he said he looked everywhere. They had no record. Nothing. I said, well, I'll be down. But, you know.
They erased it. They erased the history. That's what DeSantis is trying to do now, is erase the history of America.
Yeah.
And calling it Black American history and erasing it. But it's America's history. You can't erase history.
And General Powell, he went all the way up as high as you can go to 1-star general, all the way up to a 4-star general. He was chairman of he was a chief of staff first, and then the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That means he was over all the military. And then from there, he became Secretary of State. You know, and then he retired, and then he passed away. He was younger than me. He only passed away about 4 years ago.
What did he pass away from?
I don't know. I don't know what they passed away.
They poisoned him, probably.
I don't know. No, he was retired then. You know, because he was, you know, he was a Republican, but he was retired. In fact, and then the guy in charge of Laredo, Cole, Sergeant Major Cole, and he retired. And it's funny how things go. He ended up being a sheriff, you know, deputy sheriff here in Colorado Springs for years. And he retired. I don't know whatever happened to him. He's probably dead, you know. And yeah, I'm lucky, boy. I tell you, all the guys that I knew were gone, except Andrew. He's still kicking around here. Sometimes it scares me. I said, damn, man. Ooh.
Hey, how old is baby brother?
Huh?
Ain't baby brother still kicking? He's still alive.
Who?
Baby brother.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's much younger than I am, though. They brothers. Oh, he's much younger than I am.
Because he was younger than
Baby brother's in his 70s, I guess. He's about, I think about 71, I think.
Okay, yeah. Okay. He was younger than Aunt Josie.
They about a couple of years apart. Yeah. Well, yeah, he was, let's see. Yeah, he was younger than Josie, yeah. They had to, yeah. And he got messed up in the Marine Corps. He was in the Marines. He got shot up pretty bad. He was lucky. He was for dead. He got really messed up. He got shot up pretty bad. He got Purple Heart, you know, all that. And that's, you know, he suffered from that from the day, you know, hearing and stuff. And his, he got shot up, fragment. But anyway, that's life. That's life.
Well, what you want to talk about now? Let's want to talk about.
I'm sorry. Are you still recording?
Yeah, I'm still recording.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that's my Army career is over. And then after that, I didn't retire too long. I got out in August 1981. And let's see, and September, October, November, I think I was just kind of messing around for about 3 months. No, August I retired, and then September.
And Josie got sick.
I started working again. I started working at the post office. Sure did, as a letter carrier.
Oh, I remember that.
I was a letter carrier. Sure was.
Yep.
Riding in the Jeep, you know, putting out those letters. It was a good job. I'm making big bucks. They was paying me too much money. I was working 6 days a week. And retired. I didn't start working at the post office then. I retired in August 1981, and then September, October, I started working at corrections, community corrections. They had just opened a little community corrections.
Oh.
Small little motel. We had just opened it. We only had 3 clients. I remember that. 3 girls, 3 ladies. We rented a motel, and it was a private community correction. And the old Wakefield, he was a former, he worked for the DA, and he organized to have a private community correction for guys coming out of prison to transition back into the community. And we started, I remember we had 3 clients, started with 3 clients. And we had a motel, and I worked there, you know, and helped him develop that. We got up, and then I worked there for about I guess about a year, about 2 years. And then I quit that and then went to the post office. And I started working at the post office, and I was delivering mail. And then COMCORE was advancing. It was moving and getting bigger and bigger. And I was delivering mail to them one day, and then the director saw me, and he called me and said, Andy, what are you doing? I said, I'm mailing. And he said, you want to come and work for me? He said, man, we need you. You know. And I said, what? He said, yeah, you offered me a good position, you know, as a specialist and, you know, rank. And I said, well, let me think about it. You know, because I didn't want, you know, working at the post office was big bucks, a lot of money, but it was a lot of work. You know, I was getting too many hours. And I was too much money, you know, because I was working 6 days a week, you know, I mean, because, you know, it was paying me for it now, you know, but because some of the guys didn't want to work but only 5 days a week. So I was working Saturdays, you know, extra. And shit, well, I was making too much money. I said, I don't need to be doing this. I'm retired already from the military, you know. And he said, you can come back and work for COMCORE, you know, if you want to. And I said, let me think about it, you know. And then I thought about it about a month, and then I put my application in, and then the supervisor called me in and wanted to know why I wanted to quit the post office. And I told him because I was going to work for COMCORE. And he said, well, you know, we already got you scheduled to go to the supervisor's course to be supervisor of one of the branches. I said, no. I said, no, it was too much. Post office was too much stress.
Stress.
Yeah, stressful. You know, I mean, you got to hurry up, you know. And I said, you know, I don't have to do this kind of stuff. You know, I did this in the military, you know, if you got to be rush, you know, but they were paying you good. It was fine. I can't complain about that. And I went back and started working at COMCORE, community corrections, and then we advanced, we expand, you know, from one facility to 2 facilities, and then to 3 facilities.
And that's when is that when you were living in Whitefield?
Yeah, and I think I had you to come down and help me when I remember one time we didn't have any computers or anything like that. We were just learning, you know, but we was growing so fast. You know, we had 3 facilities: work release and transition and diversion. And I remember.
Yeah, I remember coming down there.
Yeah.
On Nevada, I think it was.
Yeah, it was North Nevada. And I remember we first started getting computers, and we went to a class one time how to run computers, and I'll never forget that. Guy was telling us, he said, I'm going to tell you for one thing for sure, don't ever touch this button. He said, if you touch this button, boom, you erase everything. And when he said that, everything just shroom. Blows up. I said, oh, shit. Blows up. I said, I was scared, you know. And then I was a specialist then. My job was to collect the cash, you know. And I was doing it, you know, by handwork every Friday. You know, and it would take me sometimes 3 hours. You know, just maybe 3 hours of constant work and, you know, figuring out, you know, collecting the cash. And then, we got computers, and he showed us how to use what program, I forgot the name of it now, because I don't use it now, the program where you just, you know.
Excel?
Huh?
It's probably Microsoft Excel.
Yeah, and one of the programs in there, I forgot. But anyway, and he was showing how to do that, and I didn't trust the computers. I still would do it by hand. I had the computer, and I would do it by hand. Then I would do it with the computer, and it would take about 2 minutes. Shoot, it was there. And I said, it couldn't be right. Ain't nowhere in the hell. And I'm taking the computer. I said, ain't nowhere in the hell he got that could be right. Calculate that fast. And I'm doing the whole sheet with a machine, you know, like that. And then I finally got used to it. It would take me. But it used to take me 3 hours to do the thing, and the computer I can do it in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It took me a long time to get that in my head. Then I called you, remember? Mm-hmm. And you on the weekend you came down and showed me some stuff on the computer how to do it. That was
long time ago.
That was something, yeah. And then I worked there for 17 years, and then I retired there, and then I still too young, and then a guy, one of my friends that was working at the library, and he said, man, he said, you know what? He said, you need to come work at the library. He said, you talking about a job. He said, you won't believe it. And so I put in an application, there, and and he was a white guy, told me about it. He said, man, he said, it's a soft job, man. And I couldn't believe it. I got there and part-time, just working part-time. And I don't think I worked there for about a month. And I wanted to take vacation, leave. And I knew I didn't have any leave accumulated. And so I went to put in for a leave. And he said, okay, no problem. And I said, and I requested leave without pay, because I know, I didn't earn anything. He said, oh, don't worry about that, Andrew. He said, just put in for how many days. I said, well, it'll take about 2 weeks. I said, no problem. I said, good. And so I assumed that they weren't going to pay me because I put leave without pay. And I went on vacation, come back, still getting the check. I said, damn. And I said, they must pay. And I went check. He said, no, don't worry about it. I said, man, this is a pretty good job. And I mean, it was just, of course, you had to wear a uniform. We had a uniform at that time. And
my friend Tom and Jean told me they saw you at the library. My friend Tom and Jean, his wife, live in Colorado Springs. They told me they saw you.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, they used to come there. Yeah, that was a good job. It was more like, being a communication guy. Just shooting the breeze. Really. I mean, you watch, but I learned more about criminals from there than anything. I mean, not criminals, but homeless. There was an education about homeless. I learned so much. It was like my whole life was a learning thing. I learned in the Army, and then in corrections, the criminals, and then I went to homeless, and I learned about life, about individuals. And you were surprised. Some people, that you can't never judge a book by its cover. A person is homeless and for a reason. Sometimes it's mental reasons, alcoholism, drug addicts, or either person just felt on hard times and just trying to make ends meet. And man, I tell you, it really education. I met so many good people, homeless, and man, I tell you, I said, man, I learned so much, Some
about
of the guys,
people.
oh yeah, and some guys you would never know. And someone was nutty as a fruitcake, but they, that's what it was. I remember one guy would come in every day, and with his briefcase, and he would always want this private room because he was writing a book. And I had worked corrections for 17 years when I retired from there, and I went to the library, and I worked there for 12 years before I retired. This guy would come in every day, and I have a room reserved for him. I almost called his name. But anyway, I could see him now. And he would come in every day, and he'd get that room, and he was always writing a book. And he was writing that book all while I was there. I worked there for 12 years, and he was writing that book, and people write a book. But after I knew him for about 4 years, and then I got to know him, got to talk to him, and he told me he was writing a book about the Olympics, about the Olympics, because he was a reporter. And I didn't believe him when he first said that. Then he brought in the clippings, the papers, that he was a reporter back in 1962 when they had that massacre over in Munich, Germany, killing up people in the Olympics. Muslims had an assassination over there, and he was the author of that paper. He wrote it, about it. He was a reporter then, and he was fixated on that. And that's all he would talk about, but he was expert on the Olympics. He knew all about the Olympics because he followed it. And he said, when they had the Olympics, he would go and he would disappear for a while during the Olympics overseas, and he would come back and tell us about it, And he was always, I almost called his name, but he was always writing a book about the Olympics. But he had a problem, he was still set back in that day, and he couldn't get out of that. And he was also, he was educated man, and very educated. And he was also assisting in schools, teaching schools. And he got in a little trouble at the school because he made some inappropriate remarks to the students. And the principal heard about it because he was a part-time teacher. And they told him, they fired him. He couldn't teach anymore. And they told him he had to leave the campus. And he told him, and that's what he found, he had a problem up here, and he wouldn't leave. And he said he had a right to be there because his rights. And they told him he he could not come. He's going to be charged with trespassing if he would come back on the campus. And he went back anyway. And they called the police. And then they arrested him, took him to jail. He went before the judge. And he was arguing with the judge about that it was his right to be there. And the judge put him in jail for 30 days. Almost caught him again. And he was in jail 30 days. It was kind of funny in a way. And then he got out, and he was white as a sheet because, you know, in jail, you don't see no sunshine and nothing, you know. And you could tell when the guy first get out of jail, in Colorado Springs anyway, and you say, man, because you've been somewhere where there's no sunshine. Because he was like, and he come in, and he told me, he said, man, he said, the Gestapos came to his apartment and arrested me. You know, he said, Gestapos, he called them German Gestapos, they call them police. You know, come in and arrested him. He said because the judge told him that he could not go back on the campus, and he told me, I'll give you a lesson for 30 days in jail.
Oh Lord. Did he ever finish his book?
That was one guy, you know, and you know, it was funny, you know, but he was still coming after that. He was still coming in writing that book. And then another guy used to come in every day, and he had on his vest and everything. And he come, and I would talk to him. They come over and say, "Oh, Mr. Bell, I have my name, Andy. Andy, a rough day." I said, "What you doing?" He said, "Oh man, I just got off the road." And I was off the road. He said, "Yeah, I just got back. You know, I drive a tractor trailer, you know, 18 wheeler." I said, "Yeah," and I thought he was, you know, because he was, you know, like a truck driver and everything. And he said, I said, "What do you?" He said, "I just parked it down there and took a break." And he said, "Just got off the road from California." And talking, you know, just like he knew what he was talking about. And I said, man, and I believed him for a while, you know. And the next day he come in and said, "Oh, I just got back." And I said, "Hey, I just got back from Mexico. I said, "Wow." I said, "You don't never get any sleep, do you?" He said, "No, it's kind of rough sometimes, you know." And then one day he come back, he come back in and said, "I just got back from California." I said, "Damn, what kind of thing?" I said, "No, you must be flying a jet." You know? I said, "Damn." And one of the guys was working there, he knew me. I mean, knew him. One of the other officers there, he called his officers. And he said, "Man," he said, that guy, he said, "He ain't no truck driver." He said, he been doing this for years, come in, he drive the truck. You know, sometimes he come in like he's a traffic director. And I said, wow. Then as I said, I just played along with him, you know. He come and I said, man, I said, where'd you come today? He said, oh, man, I just got back from Seattle. That traffic is out there was rough. I said, well, I said, what kind? He said, I got a big Mac, you know, big, he said, 18-wheeler. He said, I parked that damn thing. I just got to get some rest. I said, man, I said, okay, you know. And you meet people like that, and you believe, I mean, they knew. I mean, I met so many different people like that. And I met this lady, I thought she was a nurse. She was an elderly lady, too. And she would come in and say she just got off a shift. You know, she was a surgical tech. And I believed her. You know, like she knew all about it, medicine and everything. But she wasn't a nurse. Maybe she was sometime, you know, back in the day. But you meet people like that. They used to be, you know, and just something happened to them, you know. And they come to the library every day because they feel safe there, you know.
Yeah. And it's good that you were able to listen to them because that probably made them feel better.
Oh, yeah, but that's why, you know, it's got to say, you know, and they would search me out, you know. Where's Mr. Bell? Where's Mr. Bell? You know, I had to avoid him sometimes. I've seen him coming, I said, oh, and I pretend I'm doing something else, you know, because I see them they waiting for me, you know.
Mm-hmm. You're a good listener.
You know, I got to know a lot of them, you know. I mean, all kinds. Some guys are really mentally ill. One guy would come in and just stand in the door like this all the time. Great big black guy, you know, and he just stand there, you know. And I, how you doing? And he wouldn't talk. I said, hey, you doing okay? I said, come on in. I said, it's cool. Just standing out there in the floor, you know. And then one day he came in and he was downstairs and he was nasty and dirty and everything. And somebody called the police, some of the other patrons, you know, with a cell phone. And the police came in and they always come to the desk. And I said, who called the police? And I said, no, I didn't call. He said, well, somebody called the police from here and said they had a disturbance. Somebody was downstairs, said probably lower level, and went downstairs with the police and this guy, and they talked to him, and he went like that, and they was trying to talk to him, and the police put his hands on him like that, and the guy pushed him back, you know, And I can't. And then the cop tried to grab it. He threw both of them down on the ground. I said, oh, shit. And then they trying to hold him. And then two other had 4 cops came in. They grabbed the guy and they handcuffed him, you know, and they took him out, you know. And that was bad. They took him out in the car, handcuffed him. And then about a month later, he came back in, and you wouldn't believe it. That guy was cleaned up, come in, and I looked out and said, wow, how you doing today, you know? That's what he told me. How you doing there, Officer Bell? I said, fine. I said, how you doing? Oh, fine. You know, he tell me completely 180. You know, he went somewhere in the treatment and come back a different person. I said, wow, you meet people like that.
Wow. So
that was education working there. I think I got more education working there than any place else in the world, I think. Seeing different people from different world, different life. I mean, people from all, you'd be surprised. And one guy that I thought was a bum all the time, and when he passed away, the obituary was in the paper. He was a retired professor. He had taught school in Russia and the United States. He was a owner of a big ranch in Southern California, racing racehorses, you know, and we thought he was homeless.
Wow.
And then I met homeless guys. One guy, I remember Carl, every day, because he was in there every day, and he was our little snitch. You know, we used him because he would tell us what was going on, you know, about other homeless people, you know, but he was stealing too. We were stealing toilet paper we just looked the other way, you know, because he was snitching on other guys. And he was an ex-Marine, had been in the Marines, and he was married in California, and his wife and kids in California, and somehow he just went off the deep end, and he ended up in Colorado Springs, and he's living in his car, and he wasn't working. See, and the reason they congregate there at Penrose Library downtown, because right across the street was a soup kitchen. They called it the Marian House, a Catholic charity where they served meals every day, you know. And they would come there in the library and sit all day long, and then go over and eat, you know, and then come back and sit, you know, in the library. And Carl, he would sleep in his car at night, you know, and he had, you know, they fix up their car with newspapers and stuff to keep warm, you know. You couldn't tell anybody was in the car. They would have so many papers around there to keep warm. And he would sleep in his car at the old Walmart parking lot. And the Walmart manager was going to offer him a job, you know, because he was there all the time, and he didn't want a job. He said he didn't need a job, you know. He said because he's doing okay. He's, you know, he's free, and he sleep in his car. He don't need anything else, you know. And he had to get his car registered every year in order to park there with his license plate. And the way he made his money there, every November, he would ring the bells, you know, for charity, Salvation Army. And he made enough money for those 2 months, ringing the bell, to pay his insurance on his car, you know. And he was sleeping in his car, and he said he was doing okay. He explained all that to me, you know. And then I guess the manager at the parking lot got upset with him for parking his car there all the time, and he called and had it towed. And they really upset him. They towed his car, you know, in police impounding lot. And then he was upset about that. He said it was a shame he took his house. They took his house, and they got a place to live. And his car was towed. He had to get money to get his car out, you know. And that was sad, you know, stuff like that. But, you know, on the other hand, they got programs for people like that. And see, that's one of the big problems they have all over the United States. They have programs, but they're regimented programs that they got rules and regulations you got to follow to be in those programs. You know, you can sleep there, eat there, and they give you training to get you a job. And unfortunately, a lot of the homeless people have alcohol problems, drug problems, and mental problems, and they do not want to be under any supervision. They want to be free, like the man said. He want to live free and not anybody telling him what to do. And at one time, they were trying to have a program that issue the homeless ID cards, you know, so they can eat in the kitchen, and they flat out refused that. They didn't want an ID card. They didn't want to be under anybody's control, you know. And And that's all over the United States like that. You know, homeless say they got problems, and some of them try to get off of the drugs, and some of them are successful. Some of them go into the programs. They have Salvation Army programs to rehabilitate people to get out of that program. But a lot of them relapse, you know, if they don't have continuous supervision and guidance for them to get out of it, you know. But they have many programs like that, but that's a big problem all over the country. And it's getting worse for some reason. We don't know. And a lot of people have, for an example, I mean, look at it this way. Amika, he's that way. If it wasn't for Brianna, he would be with the Hispanics, you know, working every day and living from couch to couch, you know.
Mm-hmm.
An alcoholic, said his problem, and the only way, you know, those guys have to be in the institution, like South, and they have programs like institutions and stuff like that, and they stay and they train them, and then they gradually transition back into society, and then they have to have counseling and therapy, you know, once a week to continue to be a success.
How long was that black guy that came in dressed up and stuff after he got arrested? How long was he gone?
Well, I guess about 2 months. I said I never know what to say. I never know. Then after that, he just didn't come around anymore. I don't know what his.
You sure it was the same guy?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Because we talked to him and everything, and he said, yeah. He said he was going through some stuff. You know, I said, wow. I remember because, I mean, his shoes were so bad they were, you know, run over and bent over so bad, and you know, and you couldn't even tie them up. He just slide walked. You know, they were just walking on the side of the shoes. It was so bad, you know. And you know, you just never know. I don't know, and I never did see him again. I don't know where he went. No, I've seen many and I remember one guy come in, and I swear to God, I thought he was drunk. I mean, he acted like he was drunk, boy, I tell you. And I was getting ready to walk up to him and say, you can't come in, you know, like that, man. And I was going to talk to him, and he was talking, you know, like that. And he said, I'm not drunk, and I couldn't believe it. And he was a black guy, he was African American. And I said, what's the problem? I said, you know, you can't. And you know what he was?
What?
He was a professor at the Colorado College right down the street, you know. And I didn't believe him at first, you know, because I didn't smell anything. And he showed me, he said, I know. He said, don't. He said, a lot of people think that. You know, he kept like that. You know, he had to talk about nervous condition, you know. But I swear to God, you look at me, you think he was drunk. Then he said, don't feel bad. He said, and he showed me, he said, and I didn't believe. And he said, he was a professor, I forgot his name, right down in Colorado College. And he would come in once or twice a week, you know. But if you swear to God, he was drunk.
Wow.
I mean, you meet different people, you know. That's why I say, and I learned from there, you can never judge a book by its cover. No way. You can never do that. You never know. Boy, I tell you, I meet all kinds of people. And I was in education to me. That's why I said, even today, you know, I mean, I learned that, man. You don't ever think, you know, you can't judge a book by its cover.
Or even a group of people, because I thought there'd never be, you know, a black mayor in Colorado Springs.
It's same here. Just 2 years ago, I was just thinking, 2 years ago, I was sitting at the table with Mayor Suthers. In fact, I got a picture of it, you know, after that. And he was looking sad in the paper, you know, after Yami became mayor. Suthers was, you know, he had some kind of function about a week after that, and he was just looking sad, you know, and Amy was on the other side. Amy was on the other side, smiling and everything. But yeah, I mean, the thing, and he was born and raised in Colorado Springs. Suthers, John Suthers. He was a Coloradan guy, you know, and he was an orphan. You know, he didn't know who his mother and father was. You know, he was adopted. You know,
I think that's probably why a lot of people want to vote for Trump, because they think they want to vote for Trump because they don't like what they're seeing. They say, by golly, they're taking over everywhere.
That's the real thing. A lot of people feel that way. That's the real thing, and I can understand that. I mean, I can understand that because, you know, especially older guys, old people, they look at what is our country coming to. I mean, God damn it! Every time you, and I've heard guys say that. I mean, before I retired in 1970, in the 70s, right there before Carson, a colonel of the hospital, I heard him make. I didn't hear it, but a friend of mine told me. He said, you know, he was in office, and he said, by God, he said he's getting so sick and tired. Every time he turn on the television, he see a black face. And that was in the 70s. You know, I mean, think about that. You know, I mean, why? I mean,
well, why?
But I try to put myself in his shoes, and I can understand it because I went through it. If I was a white man, and all my life they stayed over in their place, you know, and I could go where I want to go, do what I want to do. They just stay, you know, stay in your place. You know, you don't come in my place.
But I can come in yours.
Yeah, you stay in your place, you know, and you can't, you know, you don't have enough intelligence to be what I am and do what I can understand the show that way. I've seen that, and then all at once, y'all getting a little bit right, a little bit more, a little bit more. That's what the March on Washington was about. In 1963, they said they want freedom now, freedom now. And he said, well, you're going a little bit too fast for it. It takes time, you know, just, you know, take it easy, you know, a little bit of time for it. To me, I don't know, to me, it's, I understand it. I understand how a white man, because I lived with white people for a long time in the military. And then I was in segregated unit, and then from segregated unit to integrated unit, you know. And then I'm married to a white lady, and the children, they look different. They look at it different, you know, nowadays, you know. And then I'm exposed to the world. You know, I've been to North Africa, I've been to Europe, you know, and how the world is and how things, certain things like, for an example, in the United States, you know, freedom. We got freedom of expression. You know, that's why they can do that. They can fly the swastika and stuff like that. And just think about that. In Germany, that's where swastika was Hitler's flag. But you know, they can't fly the swastika in Germany. Your ass will go to jail for that in Germany. You know, but and Americans, they go over there and try to bring racism. And you know what they do? They fly the Confederate flag in Germany. American Confederate flag. And it's just crazy world. But I understand that. And that's why I used to be a member of the 101st Airborne Association, and I resigned. And so wrote a big letter. You know why? Because we had a convention, we had a reunion here about 4 years ago in Colorado Springs, and I was on the program of it. I played the trumpet, you know, for the program. And then yeah, it was a big thing. You know, it would last for 4 days. And they had, you know, guys from all over the country, you know, in a reunion. And I started looking around, and I only counted about 4 black guys in the whole group altogether. One guy was from St. Louis, and one guy was from North Carolina, and me, and another guy from Colorado Springs. And I just said, no, I can understand that, because a lot of black guys don't participate in stuff like that. You know, it's, you know, they don't, after they retire, they don't want to be associated with that. But 101st Airborne Division was a really renowned division, you know, paratroopers and all that. And I remember at the reception would register to come in, and it was at the hotel downtown, big hotel. And they had a display of the American flag, huge, big American flag, a bunting on the thing with different articles and stuff, American flag. And then on the other side of the room, a big Confederate flag on there, and with Confederate images and stuff like that, history, you know, thing. But to me, And the guy said I was wrong to look at it that way. But to me, it affected me so much, so bad. I didn't know what to do. I was upset. And maybe I'm wrong, but I didn't want to, I waited. Maybe I waited too long. I should have said something right then. That's what one guy said, but I didn't. Maybe I'm wrong. I waited to see if anybody else, I just started observing, more observing. And nobody felt that it was wrong.
Just you.
Yeah.
Just you.
Yeah. And I said, well, maybe I'm wrong. And that worried the hell out of me. Now, and I said, now, the United States Army that we are supposed to be celebrating, American Army, not the Confederate Army, they lost the war. And then I started thinking, I said, and I'm just looking around. Then we had wars with Germany, and Japan. We don't see the swastika, the German flag. We don't see the Japanese flag, the rising sun. But we see the Confederate flag. They lost the war too. And so I just started thinking about that. And I said, to me, and I realized that they got guys from the South in the Army today, from the Confederacy. You understand? And so they probably feel proud of having it displayed there. But on the other hand, you got Japanese Americans in the Army also, and they don't fly in the Japanese flag. And you got German guys in the American Army, ancestry Germans, they're not flying the swastika. You see what I'm saying? And then the experience I had with the Confederate flag, in Kentucky, when it was segregated, and Central High School in Little Rock, Arkansas, when he was trying to integrate the school, the unit I was in, they had to escort the little girls into the school. The 101st Airborne Division escorted the girls into the school. So I wasn't personally there, but our unit was doing it in the 101st Airborne Division.
Wow.
And here we having a reunion with the 101st Airborne Division. And I said, and I thought about that. Oh, well, Bob, I couldn't sleep at night. And I just started thinking, so I just wrote a long letter, and I sent it to the president in Kentucky, and I told him I was resigning, why? Wrote a big thing, and then sent it all to the local president here and resigned, and why? And man, I got all kind of phone calls and letters and apologies and why. They didn't know that the flag was going to be there, and if they had known it would affect me that much, they never would have. It was a vendor. The guy was a vendor, setting up this program, selling stuff, and they tried to contact the vendor to let him know that was inappropriate. That was all in the past. The thing about it, they couldn't understand. I let it go on to see what type of people I'm associated with. And to me, maybe I'm wrong. A lot of you say I'm wrong. If it didn't affect them, you understand, I don't want to be associated with with that group. That's where I feel.
Mm-hmm.
And I even brought this up. I talked to my group here in Colorado Springs. Our group meeting once a month, white and black, sergeant majors, and they told me that I should have resigned a long time ago. I don't know if they meant it. They said, no, where in the hell? They would attend. He said, I would have told them to get that flag out the first day, And then I remember a week prior to that, a month prior to that, here in Colorado Springs, they had a country and western band came to Colorado Springs, going to play in one of the clubs in Colorado Springs, and they told them that they could not play there with the American flag. I mean, the Confederate flag, because their thing was an emblem with a big Confederate flag, so they didn't let them play there. And I thought about that, so now it was all white, And then here, I said, what kind of group? These guys, maybe don't understand. I know it's only about 4 blocks in there, in the whole group, out of about 500 guys. I said, well, I'm in the wrong place. And then I told them, I said, I couldn't do it, They apologized and all that. I still get that. They talk, well, I'm a lifetime member. Anyway, so they send me literature every month, still about 101st. But I couldn't do it because I see the kind of people that I was
Yeah, you don't want to be.
And then I probably would have stayed longer. But then after that, the president of our local chapter, he was getting about a month later, 2 months later, after that, he was giving an interview in Washington about his career, his experience in the Army, and he was asking him questions. Anybody could do that, you know. They want me to do it too, you know. Your experience in the Army, and for record, you know, for historical purposes. And he was just asking him different questions, and his name was John. He lives in Centennial, Colorado. And they was asking about his experience, you know, in the Army and stuff like that, and where he was born, where he was raised, and all that. And they got to him. He said, "What was some of the things that you remember that you really recall? Some of the things that you did on?" He said, "Well, he remember when he was some of the things he remember, best things he ever done when he was in the Army. He remember some of the important things, not important, but some of the things that he did in the Army." He said he remember one time when Elvis Presley was in the Army, and they were having a maneuver in Germany, you know, just all play Army, wasn't a war, and Elvis Presley's unit was a tanker, and they were playing war, and his unit captured
Elvis Presley's unit.
Elvis Presley, you know, doing the playing war. He said that was one of the things he remembered. That was something that he was really proud of. He captured, you know, Elvis Presley, and he said, "Oh, great, that's some, you know, nice experience." He went on to ask some different stuff. How many times, you know, what war was in, Korea, Vietnam, and he said, "Well, how was Vietnam?" He said, "What did you remember about Vietnam?" And he said, "Well, one of the things I remember stuck out." He said, "I remember one time I was in Vietnam, and I had to go up and teach some homeboys how to operate mortars." And then when he said it, he didn't mean it to come out like that, but he said I had to go up and teach some homeboys how to shoot mortars. And then he tried to cover it up, but it was taking. You understand what I'm saying about homeboys? Now maybe I'm wrong, but see, this is a white guy talking, and he said he had to teach some homeboys how to shoot mortars. Like they did not. Since they were homeboys, black guys, they didn't know how to operate mortars. So he had to teach them how to shoot mortars. Now, you know, they mortar men, they had training, they in Vietnam shooting mortars, but his job, he had to go up and teach these homeboys. See, I mean, he was being specific. He didn't say, "I'm going to have to go up and teach these soldiers." You see what I mean? Maybe I'm wrong. He should have said the correct thing. I had to go up and teach those soldiers how to shoot mortars.
Which was a lie anyway, because they knew how.
Exactly. But I didn't have to go up and teach these white guys how to shoot mortars. Or go up there and teach these black guys how to shoot mortars. Or go up there and teach these Asian guys how to shoot mortars. See, but you know, back in those days, the homeboys were black guys. I don't know if you know that.
I didn't know
that. Homeboy. You didn't know that?
Mm-mm.
That's what we call a homie. You know, that means he's a black guy. He's a homie. That means he's from the United States. Homeboy. You see, that was a thing during the Vietnam era. Homeboy. These black guys. You know, white guys.
I'm used to them just calling us boys. They don't put home in front of them. They just say boy.
And they call homie. You know, each other. Like, "Hey, homie." You know, it means that, you know, you're a black guy.
Yeah, now they call them nigga.
Some of the old guys still say that. You know, "Hey, homie." That means, you know, black guy. You know, it's from Vietnam here. And seeing this white guy, he said he had to go and teach his homies, but he's not a homie. He was white. You see what I'm saying? You understand that? And he said, and then when he said that too, and that submitted the way he thought about black guys to me. And that's when I said, "Hey, you know, I don't need to be in an organization like this."
And he the head of it?
Yeah, in Colorado Springs, in Denver. I mean, in Colorado, yeah. In Colorado chapter. The Colorado chapter, yeah. The Colorado chapter. And he called me, so many times. And I mean, I never would answer. I finally answered one day, and he apologized and wondered why. They have a picnic once a year, you know, and everything, why don't I attend and all that. And I said, "Look," and I said, I explained. I said, "Did you read my letter?" I said, "You can read it again." And he said, "But let me explain." I said, "No, you can't." I said, "I thought about it and I explained to you." I said, "I could not do it." I said, I said, you understand? I said, you probably can't understand it. I said, because I just cannot be, I don't feel comfortable being around you type of people. I just told him about you type of people. And he said, what you mean, you type of people? I said, you type of people. I don't feel comfortable around you anymore, you know? And I don't, because he showed me. You know, maybe, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
people, now, you know, now.
When a person shows you who he is, believe him.
Exactly. Now, my group, integrated group, we meet once a month. They understand. They said they wish you quit all the time. But my family, Juliet and Keith said I was wrong.
Nope.
And I explained to them, I said, do you understand? That was in the past, he said. I understand it was in the
That's
past.
how it keeps coming back up, because people don't correct them.
Yeah, and then maybe, you know, because I lived through that. I mean, I can't help that.
Yeah.
I'm not racist.
Yeah, you're not racist. You're not at all.
Understand it, you know?
Yeah, you have to bring the light to them so they can see the error of their ways. If you just accept it and let it go, then it becomes a norm. And that's what's going on now, is we get more and more of this norm. It's normal for Trump to do this, normal for this, normal for racist people. It's normal for, you know, woke to be attacked. It's normal for gays to be attacked. It's normal for, I mean, they're just making a total go back to the 60s. They want to go back there.
Hey, right.
And if you don't correct it.
I remember the days in the 50s when it was segregated. I mean, and people, I mean, soldiers would ride around with Confederate flags on their car. It was acceptable then.
Uh-huh.
They say, you know, the South will rise again. You know, stuff like that. That was normal, you know?
Yeah, if you say that's okay for people to drive with the flag, a flag is just a flag, it don't mean nothing to me.
And that's what, and one of the, at our reunion, one of the black guys from St. Louis, he was in charge of the group in St. Louis, and I talked to him about it. And he told me, oh man, I don't pay that no mind. That's what he said. I don't pay that no mind. I said, what? Because I showed him, he said, I don't pay that no mind. And I understand what he meant, because he don't want to, you know, that's what he felt. But he was black. I said, wow. And I said, maybe I'm wrong. I said, maybe I'm out in left field on this thing.
No,
I didn't write the letter right away. I thought about it. I guess I thought about it for about 3 weeks. And then one night I just could not sleep. I mean, I stayed up all night long. I got to get this on my chest. And I got up, I guess about 4 o'clock in the morning, and I just started writing notes. The next day I finished it. And I wrote a letter to the president in Southwood, Campbell, Kentucky, and a chapter here in Colorado Springs. And laid out, and I told him, you know, about Little Rock, Arkansas. And I told him, you know, in the 50s, 1957 to be exact. And I told him about the Confederate flag and the rising sun, the Japanese flag, and the swastika. And I said, you know, how would you feel if the Japanese soldier, American Japanese, you can say, they got American Japanese in the army, some of them are generals, colonels, fly the rising sun. You know, somebody with German ancestry, put the swastika up there, you know, thing. And I said, sure, we got guys from the South, they want to fly the Confederate flag. You know, if I'd have thought about it, I should have contacted the Black Panthers and got them a Black Panther flag, you know, up there. You know, but people wouldn't even know what that is, though. You know, but I should have thought smart, you know, said, get some Black Panther stuff and put up there, and that Black Panther thing, you know. But that was in the past. Can't do anything about the past but learn from it. You know, but that's where it is.
You've seen a lot of life. You've read a lot of people. You've seen a lot of actions. Tell me, when you talked about all that story in the military and about your years of service, there was one part you left out, I think, where you said you were driving up a river with, I think you were Sergeant Major then or something, and one of the guys.
Oh yeah. What's going on? I was going on what they call I was in Vietnam, and they had a place for what's called rest, weekend rest, called R&R, rest and recuperation. You know, they call it R&R just to get away from the combat area, you know, for a break. And they would take you out there for 3 or 4 days. A place called Eagle Beach. It was a beach in the South China Sea, and then it was controlled, you know, for 101st Airborne Division had it, organized for rest and recuperation for the guys, And I, for about 3 days, and so and we was in the river going down the, I think it was Mekong Delta, one of the rivers there going out to the beach, and in the boat, and sitting there, and an old guy, and I remember Hackmaster, that was his name. Some names, you never forget. Hackmaster, that was his name. He was sitting out there, M79 grenade launcher. That's a little short rifle about that long, and it shoots a 75 millimeter round, that big, that long. It's a grenade. Only one shot. You just put it, boom, and it go boom, blow up. And we just going down the boat. It was about, I guess about 6 of us in the boat. And the lieutenant was up front, standing, the hackmaster was sitting behind me, and the guy in the back, driving the boat. And then once, people, going down the river, people up there watching it close, river. And all at once, boom, I turned around, and the hackmaster had shot over there and killed those 3 people. It was 2 old women and a little young kid, looked like washing clothes, on the river bank. Blew them away. And I said, what the hell, Lieutenant? I said, what the hell's going on? And he said, by God, he said, they were turning. He said, it was Viet Cong, as he called it. He said, I think it was Viet Cong. I blew them away, blew the hell out of them. And they said, well, let me know before you do something like that again. Kept on going. Dang. But that's war. A lot of shit happened in the war. Kept on going. There was nothing. And now I don't know. That's where it was. Put it that way. I mean, that's what it was. And then you think about stuff like that, and you say, well, and if it's and all that, that couldn't happen. But it happened a lot of times. And only time when it happened, when they found out about it, when Lieutenant Kelly killed all those people in the village, over 300 people, old men, women, and children, and that got news, because there were so many people, and he was in charge of his platoon, and he said shoot to kill, and he was shooting to kill everybody, and and the army got investigated and found out they estimated about 300 plus people that he killed.
He just went crazy.
Yeah.
And people, and do those kind of people still live? I mean, do they?
Yeah, well, he got. Well, we went, got sentenced, got court-martialed to house arrest. After he was a lieutenant, he came back to station, and they, went to trial and everything, and so they sentenced him, I think, was 2 years of house arrest. In other words, he was arrested at home. He could still go to work with a ankle bracelet. But the soldiers, they didn't do anything because they was taking orders from him. A lot of stuff like that happened. And man, in war, especially, I hate to say this, well, in wars like that, because we only fought, during the wars, since the Second World War, we only fought the race of people. The Second World War, we was fighting the Germans and the Japanese, and you just knew what happened to the Japanese. I mean, put them out with the atomic bomb.
Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
But the Germans, we didn't do that. Europeans. Now it's a lot of strategic reasons for that, but the fact is we didn't do it. But in Korea, we was fighting Koreans, gooks. That's what we call them, slopes. And then in Vietnam, we was fighting the Viet Cong. And then in the Middle East, it's on the ragheads, called. We give them a moniker, ragheads. They're Muslims. But that's the way it is. And then now we got Muslims in the army. See, now it's really, that's the whole thing is complicated now. And that's why a lot of people said the army, that's what Trump said, everything is just too fucked. We got women in the army doing men jobs. We got gay people in the army. That's okay, no problem. I'm openly gay. You know, we got people marrying men marrying women, and stuff like that in the army. You know, it's okay. You know, because they're doing their job. The bottom line is doing the job. But Trump said it's just that if he'd get rid of all gay people in the army and get the army. And that's what a lot of the senators say. You know, they make the army is there to fight. It's not to be making socialism, you know, integration and stuff like that with the army. See, and but the function we got female pilots, jet pilots, you know. I mean, we got female generals. We got, in fact, 4-star general in charge of the Coast Guard. I mean, all kinds of people. You know, I mean, people. People are people and able to do the job. Yeah, we got. I mean, but Trump said he and he changed that. It's don't supposed to be that way. But that's why I said the army. I mean, life and things are changing, so it's just crazy. But that's the way it is. You know, and then I remember little things. I remember before it was just all black and white, you know, black and white. And then if somebody was gay in the army, you know, you probably knew it. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Our company clerk was gay. Usually the guys working personnel and finance because they were more intelligent for them. That's what we thought. And he's smarter. You know, they're a typewriter. And our company clerk was gay, but he did his job. You know, you couldn't give a damn what he was, you know. And he was gay, and he let you, you know, he didn't care. He walked, you know, twisted and everything, you know. But he could talk to. And got down, he hit that typewriter, so got down. I said, damn, what the shit? I mean, they would do it great, very efficient. You know, everybody knew it. They didn't care. You know, that was, you know, that's his thing. But then they got so bad, you know, that then they said, ask but don't tell, the policy, you know. Don't tell. But then it opened up, said openly gay. You know, you can see soldiers now in the commissary and stuff. You don't know if they're a man or a woman. You know, because of the way they have their hair cut and stuff like that, you know. On the way, you don't know. You see them walking down. They're not supposed to be walking down holding hands and stuff like that. Two men walking holding hands. You know, but, you know.
Hi, baby.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey. All right. But, and a lot of older people, you know, cannot understand that, cannot adjust to it. A lot of old people, they cannot do that. A lot of it's not right, they said. You know, they just don't understand it. But that's life. That's the world, you know. And some places it's really, you know, I mean, they always did have females in the military in European countries, but in Africa, they don't. In fact, in Nigeria, I think it's one of them that's against the law. I mean, they're considered for being homosexual. You know, I don't know if it's a crime of murder or whatever, but it's really bad, you know. And in Russia, yeah, you don't go for it. But anyway, you know, life is just amazing, you know. But and that's what, in my opinion, that's what some people feel that the United States are weaker because of the integration of the army with blacks and whites and gays and lesbians and all that. That's what some people feel. And some people feel it's more effective because we got gay generals, we got gay, proven in combat pilots. We got people gay that's been in the special ops, special forces. I mean, highly decorated, you know, women and men and gays and, you know, and stuff like that. And we got, people, you know, but I don't know. It's just weird. Not weird for some, you know, people don't understand. And then the thing about it, it's still effective. But then you got compounded with racism, you know.
Yeah. It's all the same. It's all from the same. In my opinion, judging people because of the way they look or who they love or the way they act, not on their content to their character, but on the way they look, or those non-tangible things that they don't have any control over. Judging
Right.
people by that is just a evil thing.
Yeah. I mean, that's what the March on Washington was about. I mean, the famous speech, judge a person by the content of the character, not because how they look or what they do, but the content of their character. I mean, but that doesn't apply to everybody. Some people judge you by who you are, who you look. You come in there, to put it a simple way, if you walk into a restaurant and a white guy walk in a restaurant, and both of you come in the restaurant, and immediately they know that you're a black guy. A white guy walk in there, they don't know if he's French, German, Italian, what? He's white. See, and he's accepted. But a black guy, you knew already identified. Boom, you're a white guy. I don't know. You could be from Morocco, South Africa, Nigeria, but you're a black guy. And then it's a complication. You say if you fill out papers, say, well, a white guy come in, he might be from Africa too, but he's from South Africa, but he's white, and you got a black guy from South Africa, he's black, but over with them, both of them from South Africa, it's just crazy.
It's crazy. It is crazy. I think it's a very, very sad thing that humans haven't evolved. We got all this computer stuff that's evolved. We got all this technology that's evolved. We can do surgeries. We can do all kind of stuff, but we can't get the evil out of our own heads. Because it's been taught by our parents, by our society, by our systems of government, that we as white people are the dominant race.
Yeah.
And that's, by golly, going to stay that way as long as we can keep the majority under wraps. Keep them not voting, keep the majority from getting power. We'll control all the government seats. We'll control all of the judicial branches. We'll control all of the doors that open to prosperity. And we'll limit the people that come through there to just maybe one or two blacks, just to keep them from going too crazy.
Yeah.
But by golly, a black president? Oh, they've gone too far.
That's right. That's what a lot of them feel that way. A lot of them, I mean, a lot of them my age, and I guess, a lot of age people feel that way. I can understand them. I can understand that they feel that way. If I was white and I had that mind, I'd probably feel the same way. If I was raised that way, I'd say, oh man, look here. God dang it. I mean, okay to be the mayor of a city, which city is predominantly black anyway. Let him be the mayor, but man, not the governor of a whole state. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe they want to be the president. And that's happened. We don't have too many governors, but we got a couple that were black governors. But the mayor, okay. Most cities predominantly black, and most of them got black mayors. But the president of the United States, well, you're going a little bit too far now. And Obama, when he did that, they didn't think he would ever be the president. Especially with his name too, Barack Obama. No way in the hell. But all those young people and white people, all kinds, but a lot of young black white people, they voted for him. And then when he got reelected, no way in the hell they think he's going to be reelected. Because I remember listening to interviews. The white guy said, by God, if he's reelected, it's going to be a national race ride. They're talking about that. By God, we're just not going to stand for it. No way. And he was reelected, and they said, when it's too much, going too far. And then that's why a lot of racists start telling them, they coming out of their hole. When Trump got elected, he knew what buttons to hit. He knew what buttons to bring him out of the hole. And he said things, just like he said when they had that march in Virginia, the Klan march, and he said, well, some of them are good people too, Yeah, some of them are good people, but the ideas were not good. This is America, the United States of, they're not good people. If they don't carry that torch and flag, they're not good people. Not for this country, but they want to go take it back. You know, I see that wanted to go backwards. You know, not forward.
Yeah.
And Trump knows that, and that's why he makes those things, and he knows it's a large percentage of Americans feel that way.
Yep.
You know, and that's why and it's the Suthers do. You know, that's why he make those, you know, remarks like that. You know, and he got booed the hell out when they killed him a couple of days ago in Jacksonville. Those 3 people were killed, and he went down there to give a speech, and they booed the hell out of him. You know, calling the guy a scumbag and all that. And he said, it's too late. You know, you started that. You know, when you talking about you didn't want to teach your history, and this young kid, you know, grow up, and he's listening to what you said, you know, and the kids, they get down and said, you know, I mean, bad things. And I remember when he was, maybe I'm wrong. I could remember when he was running for governor, and the black guy was running for governor. Andrew Gillum was running against him. And I remember DeSantis made the remark about the black guy. The words he used, he said, yeah, and here he comes throwing this monkey business into the place. See, that was a racial thing, you know, monkey business, you know. But Andrew Gillum screwed up, too, because they set him up, you know, I think, because you know, he was a young guy, handsome guy, very intelligent, but they sent some beautiful young horse, you know, got him hooked up and then got him using drugs, you know, in a hotel room or something, and they busted it, you know, because he was going good. I mean, he was very intelligent, smart, and boy, and that got him, boom, and that gets most of us, you know, drugs. I mean, pretty women and alcohol and drugs, it get you screwed up, boy. Can't think clear then, you know. That whole, but I don't know. That's where it is.
Well, Uncle, I'm gonna stop this recording now.
Yeah.